sleeping while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a quiet like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna move and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? Such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's
Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time, wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night, wrap me up all night in the moonlight. You look so good, it hurts my soul. No, I can't deny the way you pull it. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like we're dancing in moonlight. Look at what you did, I'm slipping on it. Yeah, I'm all in, I must admit.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
しねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
That's the sound of a diffuser being planted, and it gets denied. Wow, phenomenal stopping that one. No, it doesn't get denied. It gets right through.
Ooh.
And attackers win. Harambe picking up the last 2 kills. Cleans that one out.
Joe will find a kill on the flank though, at least. Some form of consolidation from the stairs as well. Hoven with 2 big kills. Joe to find a second as well. Gaiman answer back with an end round.
All there, Farlord just tucked in. Does he have? Does he know? No, he doesn't. Jackie
To sort of just look to lock this one out in their positions. Oh no.
Oh no. Farlord, he's going to be gifted another one. Pushes up, finds Souffle. Can he find a third for his troubles? Almost loses his life there. Being aggressed on from meeting, and Harambe wants to try his hand at it. He's going to rotate himself around. Leverance finds ED. What a headshot! My God, Farlord! He wants to make a play with it. He has it primed and ready. Tolji and Hoven both ball. Make that Joe for a third. It's on to Rix. Tricky Dicky to do it, but no. Songdi keeps the fragging momentum rolling. This is what he's made a name for himself. There against Ray. The jump in. Oh my lord. Absolutely obliterated. 2 for 8. He's embracing the monkey. Finds 3. He's all coming apart here in the 7th. 3 kills for 8. 1 for Rex. A 4th for 8 as well.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And welcome everybody to the 5th day of the Operation League Southeast Asia for 2022 Summer Split. Supported by, of course, Kingston Fury, a gaming brand supported by Kingston. My name is Lan, and this is Proto. We're here for another day of Rainbow Six. Proto, how are you feeling today, man?
It's looking good. Coming in from the past 4 weeks, obviously we've had some pretty intense gameplay. We've seen some interesting sort of comeuppances, I guess we could say, in terms of the leaderboard. Obviously, in the previous set of play days, myself and Panda obviously covering those ones. We saw some pretty interesting turnouts of events. So I'm interested to see how things pan out for week number 5. Obviously, we have an interesting leaderboard as is coming into week number 5. So things are looking pretty spicy.
Yeah, a lot of, as you say, comeuppances and a lot of upsets and just how a lot of these teams are rolling out. We didn't expect teams like Champions or maybe even Astrape to really give us much of a show. And Astrape, you know, like, Astrape, I keep mispronouncing their name, but Astrape, you know, not so much last week, but Champions definitely put on a bit of a show. Game and Gladiators as well, something a little bit decent. But coming into this week, I have full faith in a lot of these teams, and they're going to give us a nice show indeed. But of course, we have to see as they roll out. We never really know what's going to happen here at Operation League Southeast Asia. Sure, you know, like we have some very well-known names, Dire Wolves, Elevate, all that good stuff. But a lot of these new teams, while they don't have a lot of experience, Proto, they also they're showing that, you know, like there's still new talent coming onto the scene with a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Gaiman, who, you know, they've been in APAC South for a while, have been doing pretty well in the Operations League. Yes, they might not necessarily be one of those new teams, but they are still putting in good work. I mean, I believe on the top end of the leaderboard, if I'm not incorrect, at the end of the last play day, or somewhere close to it at least. And, I mean, teams like Elevate, Direwolves have actually sort of been struggling a little bit against a couple of these teams. I mean, teams like Obsession, Northern Forces have been doing really, really well coming up out of the woodwork and sort of putting, I guess, down the stigma of those APAC South teams. I mean, Direwolves so far, I mean, they've had an all right showing, but they've lost some pretty big games. I mean, they lost to Elevate. They lost, I believe, last week as well. So it is interesting to see how it is all really panning out in terms of who is finding these top 4 places so far early on in this tournament.
Yeah, that's true, but in some sense as well, teams like Obsession have been around for a while, not as a team so much, but the individual players being around and I suppose having a lot of history within the community itself as well over in Southeast Asia. So very important to know that these guys aren't exactly just completely fresh, but as a team and as a name, they are still new kids on the block. But of course, first match up today, we've got Direwolves versus Obsession, the two teams we're talking about exactly. Following that, we've got, I believe, Champions and then Fury.
Yeah, and then for Game 3, a straight versus Gaming Gladiators, and number 4 to round out the evening, Elevate taking on Northern Forces. And I mean, to kick off the night, match number 1, Direwolves versus Obsession. Direwolves coming off the back of a loss last week, a shock loss, might I add, to Champion of all teams, 7-8 in max OT, with Obsession actually winning their previous match day, 7-3 versus a straight. So Obsession actually the better of the two coming into this side of the matchup. Obviously, Direwolves on the experience end going to be looking a little bit better in terms of their crispness, but Obsession so far have been proving that they are a very scary team. I mean, yes, they also beat Fury in Playday 3. So they are a team that has been putting in the work behind the scenes. So coming up against a roster like the Direwolves, it's going to be difficult, but I definitely think anything's possible given their previous standings in the last Playday.
But if you look at the scoreline here over the last 4 days of Rainbow Six, we've got a lot of these guys ranging with around, like, I would say minimum 20-something kills and 30-something deaths. But when you look at Shadow, he's got a very lower, much lower number. So that either means that he's barely needing to actually participate in a lot of these fights, and or he's either not on site when he's needed. So I'm trying to understand what that's going to look like as we roll into these matches here today for our first matchup. But of course, looking at these guys here, Deadpool, Coconut Head, Roldini, J-Luck, and Silence, 3 names I know quite well personally, but these guys rolling into this match here on Clubhouse is going to be pretty interesting because, hey, we all know this place and it's always a party.
Yeah, Clubhouse is really, really good. And I mean, to sort of go back to KDs, I mean, yeah, you look at Obsession, all of them have relatively equal kills. It's really good to see them all fragging. Direwolves, yes, Shadows does have a slightly lower KD, might be due to the fact that he's the support player, so he's setting up the site, opening the walls. Stuff like that could come into effect maybe at the end of the day, but either or, Direwolves, given their stature, given who they are, obviously big name nonetheless, and they get the job done regardless. So on Clubhouse, it's back to basics, a map that both of these teams should have, I would say, religiously pracked in their downtime. I mean, scrims are going to be pretty hectic, and I would imagine that would sort of indicate that they have been playing, you know, those standard maps. You've got Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe. You might even see Villa thrown into the mix there. They are sort of your standard 3-4 competitive maps. So once again, no real surprise, should we say, that we're going to Clubhouse. I mean, we have seen sort of a constant pick of these comfort maps. I mean, we've seen Oregons, Villas, etc., etc., etc. So no real surprise at all that Clubhouse is the map.
And of course, predictions for today. I've got Direwolves, Fury, Gladiators, and then Elevate. You've got the same matchups as well for these predictions. But so far, with your higher prediction score, I think I feel a little bit safer this time around, Proto.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm locking in the bottom three, but the Direwolves Obsession game, as you can see, 50-50 split amongst us casters. So no real surprise. I mean, Direwolves have, as I said, they have had a pretty unfortunate run so far in the Operations League. I mean, they lost week 1 to Elevate after that sort of the APAC South rematch, if you will, where Direwolves walked away with the victory in APAC South, but coming into Operations League took the L. Then they lost to Champion 8-7. I mean, these are big games that they just arguably, let's be honest, should not be losing. It has not been the best for them, unfortunately, so far. So it's 50-50, and I can understand why. Obsession have been looking really good. So hopefully Direwolves can sort of come through and make something happen to save my prediction percentage. But if they don't, Obsession, I will be pretty happy both ways, I guess. Obsession will deserve it, but Direwolves need it for my percentage.
No, and absolutely. And in saying that, don't forget, we've got a giveaway going on. So as you can see in the chat already, we've got hashtag Fight for Glory, all caps. Send it down that chat and make sure that you're in the winning, you're in the draw to win some R6 credits. 600 credits could go towards your battle pass, could go towards a couple of attachment skins. You never know what you could use it for, but you do know that it's always good to have more credits, of course. So make sure you check out that giveaway, chuck in the hashtag, it's all for free, of course. And don't forget, it's all for PC only.
No console, unfortunately, at the end of the day. We say rest in peace, our console brethren. But getting into this matchup, Obsession coming into this, a little bit of an underdog story, I guess we could say, Lan. I mean, going up against the Direwolves, I mean, what a game to win coming up through the ranks. Obsession would be absolutely gassed if they walked away with this. But I mean, we saw KDs, we saw everything. They looked excited every other week we've seen them play, and it is no change coming into this matchup here tonight. Everyone is looking locked in and ready to go. This is probably going to be one of their biggest matchups so far in the Operations League. I mean, taking down Fury was obviously pretty big, but given their performance recently, not really surprised at the outcome of that one. Obsession played really, really well. Fury were struggling because they have been for the last little while. Obviously, with the addition of I9, having him come back, they have been looking a lot better in recent weeks. But at that point in time, Obsession, obviously, the better team on the day, which it happens to the best of teams. You know, you can lose a matchup like that sometimes, unfortunately. So could have been just an off day, but either way, Obsession capitalized. They took the dub. But Direwolves, I mean, they're a name that we know, they're a name that we love. We've seen them at those high level competitions, and it's no real surprise here that coming into this, normally you would pick them as the one to win.
Yeah, even though I put down Direwolves, I really do think that Obsession stand a really decent chance at actually taking this one away, just because I know what these players are like. Direwolves, just due to track record, and honestly, like, dude, I look at that uniform. Oh, where did you get that from? Shadow, you are dripped out today, my man.
He's team jersey buff, +5 on aim, so hopefully Shadow can look to do some cool things on the support side today, but well, even if he isn't, let's hope his rotates are nice, crisp, and clean. But going into Clubhouse, I mean, it's an interesting map. It's one that we've seen not too often so far as a pick from Direwolves in this series, at least. So maybe they're looking to sort of change things up a little bit. I mean, we've seen Oregon, we've seen Villa from them so far. So it'll be interesting to see how this Clubhouse is going to pan out. They have been doing really, really well on those basic maps. It does come down to OT for a lot of them, which is unfortunate because they end up losing them. 2 OT losses actually so far in the Operations League. But coming into a map like Clubhouse, Mentals, I mean, it's going to be there. They're going to be looking good to lock this down. I mean, they have to. If they want to have a chance at top 4, they have to win this game. It is going to have to be do or die tonight for them on this matchup because, I mean, if they lose this, things are not going to be looking great going forward into the playoffs bracket.
Yeah, it's dire for them, you could say. And if anything, it's how you already said it was do or die, but I suppose I'm just wondering how tension is sitting with that team themselves. Everyone here obviously quite focused, despite Ed not actually being at his desk right now, but you can see they're all focused. We have seen them, of course, quite taking it quite lightly in some of these games, especially teams like Obsession, but everyone here is very focused, very channeled in, I suppose, and of course making sure their hair looks good for camera.
You have to. It's a necessity. It is. It really is at the end of the day. But I mean, this probably is, as I've already said, going to be Obsession's biggest matchup so far in the Operations League, without a doubt. Obviously, one of the bigger name teams coming into it tonight. This is going to be all about Obsession sort of proving that they have what it takes, and well, not even proving, just cementing the fact that we have seen from them already in previous playdays that they have the ability to take these big names down. They just need to put the work in and get the job done. And I mean, we've seen that. We have multiple times. I mean, 7-5ing Fury was still a pretty big dub for them on a map like Villa as well. So we'll see how things pan out in this matchup. It's going to be an interesting one. Clubhouse obviously opens up a lot of things for debate, but it's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. Lan, obviously, Direwolves are going to be the favourite. They've been the favourite coming into this series of the Operations League for multiple of these games. I mean, we've seen it week after week. People pick them in the caster predictions. We see it in the Twitch chat votes, and it just doesn't pan out. My percentage has been getting tanked, but I believe for this week.
Well, we're just in a small delay as we get into the next match, but I can only hope that these games... Oh, there he is! Ed's finally here. He's here, guys. But in saying that, we should be getting on our way soon. It should be rolling through, and hopefully we have a pretty interesting match up ahead of us. Going into Clubhouse, I mean, we've seen Clubhouse quite a bit. And it's become a little rigid in some sense, where everything's quite structured. There are certain ways in which you actually can enter the site. I feel like both teams are already quite experienced, but in terms of playstyle, I think if Direwolves can't cope with the very aggressive nature of that Obsession has due to their player stack, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to cope with it. They are quite a flexible roster, but Obsession are quite forward, I suppose, very forward and very aggressive with the way they play.
I mean, yeah, it's going to come down to structure, a lot of pace determination from the Direwolves. Obviously, a team that has had extensive practice in sort of dealing with pace games. So they sort of dictate the pace. If they get into the flow of things, that's when they become very, very dangerous. So Obsession are going to have to do something to try and manage that pace, to keep it in their ballpark, because as soon as they give Direwolves that momentum, things are going to fall apart very, very quickly. And I mean, going into the banning side, you'd be looking to probably get rid of the Azami. We've already seen her come to great effect in the Operations League across multiple maps, and we've already seen her banned out as well across multiple maps, given how strong she's already proving to be in the current meta of things. Given that obviously the removal of the quarantine period, she has been allowed straight into competitive, along with Sens. Mira has come back into the competitive rotation as well. So pretty much everything on the board tonight. In fact, everything is on the board tonight. And obviously it comes down to the banning phase. Teams will most likely, I would imagine, actually start moving off of the Mira ban to start taking out the Azami, especially on a map like Clubhouse. You kind of have to ban her. So I'm not going to be surprised at all if we see her go here, because Rafters with Azami, with Jaeger, with Wamai is just absolutely insane. We're going to get right on into the bans right now. Direwolves to kick things off on the attacking side. Thatcher probably first, maybe a Habana Land. I mean, what are we thinking?
Honestly, the attacking side, I wouldn't put it past them to ban the Thermite this time around. Thermite on Clubhouse is pretty crucial. Thatcher is another big one, of course. He's going to be banned like 80% of the time, no doubt at all. On a defense, though, I think that's where the real prediction comes in for those bans. Azami, I completely agree. A lot of these hallways are quite narrow and actually puts Azami in a strong position. Not a lot of them are quite wide and make it easy to circumvent any of the angles that she creates. Finka being banned is no surprise, of course.
Yeah, Finka definitely fitting in well there over the Thermite of all choices, given Finka's prominence. I mean, not even in just this league, all leagues. She has just become one of the best entry / support ops that you can have. I mean, the LMG, the boost, the nades, but they're all gone like the wind. K to go 2 here, so it does leave Direwolves to choose whether or not they want to have Azami up, given they are starting on the defense first, or whether they want to take her out in the next 10 or so seconds. I guess we'll find out the choice that they have come to a conclusion on in terms of what they'd like to ban. They are taking their time. We haven't seen a lock in here from them. They have sort of taken that time to take the discussion, so It is going to be Mirror to go. So Azami in play here for Clubhouse. An interesting feat, but one that we have seen in the opening moments of this first matchup for the night. Azami makes it through to round number 1. Direwolves on the defense. Starting off on the bottom floor, though. So we might not see the Azami right out the gate.
Yeah. These operators are no surprise. Diana being picked up, quite popular as well lately. Sophia, forever meta choice. And Buck and Sledge, who to blame? Habana being picked up. I suppose they're expecting them to go down to Church and Arsenal, which they are. Good prediction from them. And in some sense as well, I like the defense roster here. Malusi being picked up. It's quite standard, but kind of like you said, the Zombie's been pretty effective. I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity, but I suppose they're saving her for later.
Well, I mean, on the bottom floor, her usefulness, I guess we could say, is not that potent as of an upstairs defense or even an upstairs roam, albeit, yes, I will still could have definitely utilized that operator to a large degree on the bottom floor. I mean, we do see strategies implementing Azami on downstairs Clubhouse, so definitely possible missed opportunity, but I'd imagine Direwolves have got something in the back pocket here that they're going to be wanting to bring out, given that they have opted to sideswipe the Azami for round number 1 here. They are looking to do somewhat of a off-brand SSG hold, bar the castle, so definitely setting up for the long game here, and Obsession are going to have to do the full work, top down all the way to the basement. Direwolves, 30 seconds in here, are looking good setup-wise on this defense so far.
Yeah, nothing too wild at the moment. Just doing their checks, making sure they dot their I's and cross their T's, opening some of this up and making sure they don't get jumped. Does look like some of these members are quite aggressive, but Souffle already in there by the bar, waiting for anyone trying to push through and getting this work done on the jacuzzi wall upstairs. Does leave Shadow to hold down the site itself, already pinned by most of the other members. I believe there's a Buck on the outside there, holding in it. Might just catch his head, and there we go. He will. Silence. Absolutely decapitated in the first minute of the round.
Yeah, not the pick you want to be losing, given that that is your secondary hard breach charge is now gone. But it's a good refrag from Jay Lucky inside of the bar. Souffle does go down, so at least somewhat of a trade, but losing a Buck early on, and your hard breach charges and make it 2 as Roldini now falls as well on the top floor to Shadow. A double for him in the round. Obsession not having the best roam clear at the moment, unfortunately. Direwolves got the better of them at this point in time. I mean, 2 still on the top floor is not the position you want to find yourselves in half of the round down.
Not even to mention that the diffuser only got picked up over by Jakudi, and they've got to travel all the way down to the bottom floor. J-Luck getting to work on some of these walls by the stage, and now pushing on into stock and over to garage. It's a little... They still have a little bit of time, but he's got his back exposed here to one member over in garage. Might just get picked up as he peeks this, takes a little bit of damage. Now has to decide which end poses the most threat.
It's definitely going to be a large end as Coconut does find the head of Shadow. So that Tyrain from the Mozzie finally closed down on the top floor as the last 50 start to elapse here. Lan and Direwolves, I mean, they've got a good amount of utility left for the hold. Obviously, the Malusi's still up. Not many of those cleared out, with the utility obviously being removed early on by Shadow on that roam. So ED is going to have a relatively easy time here denying with the smokes, but as the last 30 seconds begin to elapse, Obsession are going to have to look to execute down blue.
And they've got to push down now, but as they try to drop into sight, they are taking them down. Coconut has the only one left on that attack, and he will be decapitated yet again. Harambe, headshot with the SMG-11, clears that out and secures the first round for defense.
Solid. Good work from the Direwolves. I mean, very, very standard setup from them in terms of obviously the roam, everything like that. Hatches open. It is a very SSG-esque style of hold, but Obsession, I mean, just seemed to be caught almost off guard to some degree in that take. I mean, they did look like they were struggling a little bit getting that top floor control, especially after losing that initial pick. But given Obsession sort of misdroning and taking ones as opposed to playing for the trades, definitely hurt them, and we saw that pan out exactly the way that we probably should have assumed it would. But going in around number 2, obviously Direwolves no longer available to play that bottom floor. They're going to go up to CC Cash, where we see Obsession tease possibly the Monty here from Maldini. Obviously with the 6-pick function can still be changed off, but I'd imagine that is looking to stay, as well as Silence on the Fuse. It's an interesting lineup, but one that honestly makes a good amount of sense for the top floor, given that the Cade is banned. That wall is going to be open to all kinds of abuse. I mean, Fuse charges, Mavericks, and then obviously the Monty to cover things off. I mean, Plant is going to be a big point of focus here, it seems, for Obsession, as well as Garage Control. So Direwolves, they're going to have to deal with this somehow. I mean, they've got the Nitro, they've got the Smoke, the Malusis to help, but no Lesion. An interesting choice, but, I mean, I guess we'll see how it pans out for them in the round.
The alibi might work out well. Malusi for Souffle wasn't exactly the best pick. Shadow did pretty well overall, though. It's sad to see no more Mozzie. I think Shadow on the, was it a P10 Roni he was on? No, he was the Commando.
Yes, P10 Roni.
Oh, it was a P10 Roni. There we go. I think he's quite the weapon with that. He did quite well picking up that double kill. Unfortunately, that got taken off. Deadpool now pushing on in with the drone before he sends his hologram through, as I'm sure. And all seems clear for Obsession to move in, but making sure they chip away at this wall upstairs first as they try to get in on the site. But as you can see, the floor has been absolutely decimated. They've been getting to work on that some of that vertical play.
Yeah, obviously with the new shrapnel changes, the fuse charges do tend to do a little bit more damage than maybe is intended by the attacking side, but why not? You know, you take those, opens up some angles from below onto the main breach, could be used to play for the post player, but already spotting some players out. It's great drone work from Obsession, but Direwolves are playing a pretty good counter game right now. They're shooting those drones, waiting for different information, trying to gain that garage control right now, but having the Monty on the board, and it's a minute and 30 into the round. I mean, not having that Monty pushing into garage and applying that pressure until now could be the undoing of this push here from Obsession. They've done so well so far, but only getting that Monty in now has given a lot of time for Direwolves to get ready for it. And a trade like that to open things up, I mean, Obsession, it's a huge loss.
Yeah, there we go. Monty finally distracting the one member upstairs, doing his job, and he's finally applying that pressure, but now we got a couple more trades going through. We see Silence taken off the board. There goes your fuse. And of course, Jackie Wu being removed as well. So, Jaeger, I mean, like, sure, doesn't have much utility left to contribute, but the assault rifle was always handy to keep. Ed, now with the gas, might be able to delay just a little bit longer. Has quite a lot of time in his pocket to save his team there. A little bit of last-minute reconstruction, and I believe he still has one Toxic Babe. A couple of lucky shots out there, but we'll find nobody this time around.
It's a great time to throw that Toxic Babe, some good damage, but ultimately the Monty makes it through. The plant possibly to go down. Maybreach still control there for Obsession, but a great shot from Harambe gets Diffuser control down for the defense. Maybe not realized as the Maverick finishes things off for Obsession. Could have been around for Direwolves had Diffuser control maybe been known, unfortunately for them. Possibly lost in translation given the hectic few seconds remaining in that round. But Obsession, I mean, a good round to find, but a little bit rough around the edges. Direwolves could have definitely had that one in the bag, so maybe we see some changes. But the Monty definitely did them good things once they started using it.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they brought that in, and that make it a little bit easier for them to actually push through, but a little bit too late on that end. We did see, of course, that it did bring the presence they needed, and it did work to some extent, but unfortunately, a little bit too late. But I felt like they just wasted a lot of utility trying to open up opportunities in different places and try to create a lot of misdirection they didn't end up using at all. Hopefully this time they're a little bit more focused coming through and actually find what really works for them best.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid hold from the Direwolves. There wasn't really anything wrong in the degree of what was going on, but unfortunately it just didn't really pan out in the end. Obsession, I think, just had too many crossfires set up. I mean, main breach maybe not necessarily known to the defense that was being held, but cost them the pick and then ultimately allowed for the end of the round to happen. But Monty, I mean, on the push with the bomb is an interesting choice in those last few seconds. I mean, 7 seconds on the board, Monty's pushing for the kill instead of going for the plant. Yes, the Nitro is in play, but I mean, you've got the shield. Do you really risk dropping the diffuser like you did at the possibility of no refrag? It was an interesting choice, but one that was made, one that panned out, I guess, in the end for Obsession. So early work being done. One of the garage breaches already opened up. Obsession making quick work of the Direwolves defense here in round number 3.
Harambe with a nice little rotate off. Might be able to make something work for them. But as they go for a second reattempt at this site here, Souffle might bring in a cheeky rotate and a cheeky spawn peek. Maybe do a little bit of run outside. Who knows? He definitely hear the Maverick going to work, but whether he'll react to that or not is a different story. Fuse, of course, popping off the cluster charges. Everyone knows it's a party over there.
Oh, what
Jay
a
Luck
kill.
taken off the board. Immediately, a nice pick there. What? No way! Roldini, no way. No way you tried to do that, man. Come on, Roldini. You know better than that. Unfortunate timing. Roldini gets taken up by his own thermite charge. And, I mean, he got the job done. The wall's open.
Oh, no, man. Oh, no. If Direwolves keep feeding picks like that, big mistakes from Obsession won't mean anything. I mean, they have the Legion on the board still. It was sort of bought expecting the Monty maybe, but the Monty not bought this time. Harambe will clean up Deadpool. So some big kills still for the Direwolves. They do have 2 players left to try and maybe find in this round, but a good nade from Coconut Head. It's only going to do some damage as JackeyWoo manages to run away with none of those magnets up on charge. And from the main breach, Harambe's not making the same mistake twice. Coconut in the 1 versus 3. Possible, but I beg to differ. Unfortunately,
what
at
is
this
this?
point in time,
What
there
is
you
this?
go. Souffle to clean it up for Direwolves, and mistakes made, lessons learned. They're going to put that into practice here for the next round and walk away with it pretty cleanly, I would say. Roldini, I mean, I don't know what was going on in the main breach, but if you're Direwolves or a Direwolves fan, you take those at the end of the day.
It was a bit zealous from Roldini, but hey, we're here for it. Obsession coming back in for yet another push through. Roldini, of course, sticking to the thermite. He's confident. He'll bounce back from this, man. I swear. I swear.
Bounced off the main breach as well, so definitely has some spring in his step. But yeah, Direwolves. It's been 3 rounds. They're allowed to return back down to the bottom floor, and we finally see the addition of Azami to the defensive lineup. And it's no real surprise the Direwolves have got that one ready to go. I mean, they have just been holding off, I think, a little bit in this matchup so far. That round previous was definitely a bit more of an ode to Direwolves. It looked a lot more, I want to say, standard from them. It was very clean, very cut, very polished. And Obsession definitely struggled a lot more without that Monty being implemented. Interesting that they chose to switch off it. It might just be sort of a one-off pick for them, and it definitely did work the one round that they bought it. But yeah, it was a very prominent pick for them. So Direwolves definitely made the changes straight away, and Obsession probably would have assumed that, given that they're playing at the level of Siege that we're currently enjoying. But yeah, Souffle on the Azami, it's a good pick to see. And for Direwolves, I mean, it's going to be a great pick on the defense, especially on this bottom floor.
Especially if the Azami can close a space to allow Ed and his Toxic Babes to actually really create a bit of a gas chamber in there and make it a real hazard zone for anyone trying to push through. Conan Head bringing out the ace for the first time here in this game. Grenade goes through, might just catch it. Oh, a lot of damage to JackeyWoo, but he survives, and he's going to hold that spot. Probably get droned down in a couple of seconds, but for now, holding the angle quite confidently. A couple of pings go down, and oh, he gets the best out of that Gemini. But yet again, not enough. Shadow going down upstairs, of course, and Silence walking away quite happy with that kill.
Well, he's not going to be the first fragged out this time, as Shadow does manage to unfortunately find the bullet there from C8. But already we see why Azami has been so prominent. I mean, closing up that hatch from inside of stock, allowing JackeyWoo to rotate back in, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, to much degree, unfortunately for him, is from the hatch. It is going to be Deadpool to find the kill regardless, as those keeper barricades maybe not necessarily connecting as much as had been hoped here. For that's an interesting interesting sort of way to happen. I wonder if it'll actually clip and allow Deadpool to drop down on that. That could be interesting to see if that happens. But at the moment, it's relatively even goings here. Direwolves with 3, but on defense and good denial. So Obsession has some big work cut out for them.
Yeah, Silence trying to get a nice angle here into the back of Armory. Might be able to make it easier for anyone trying to push through, but Ed, playing with death itself, is willing to hold this angle with an SMG-11 and try to challenge the shotgun god himself. A couple of putt shots out there with Souffle trying to find any lucky kills, but nothing so far as Harambe pushes up then. Oh! Finds the Gemini yet again. But they know where he is now, that's for sure. Will they find him on the rotation though?
They don't expect this. This could be big, but no, yeah. Drone's probably there, called out. Deadpool to clean things up. Harambe goes down. Silence does take some damage. 30 seconds in the round. Souffle, though, a moment from life, but it's a team kill from inside of blue. Souffle to clean things up, but it is going to be Deadpool with the ARX. Team kill under his belt, but I mean, look, he got the job done. Regardless, finds the 2 kills in the site. Cleans up the round for Obsession on the attack. It has been a relatively back and forth game, interestingly enough. I mean, 2-2 here. Direwolves definitely having a little bit of a rough patch, I think, in their last few games, and it is sort of starting to translate across multiple weeks here.
Not as smooth as we had hoped to see Direwolves play through these games. Like you said, might be a little bit of a rough patch, but if anything, I would like to think that a lot of these other teams are just stepping up. If anything, I think Direwolves have to just keep upping their game. All these new kids in the block are definitely going to try to take their spot, and it's always going to be the way competition is, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely seems to be the case for, meta shifts and whatnot across seasons. I mean, the introduction of obviously all the new operators. We haven't seen Sens yet. From Obsession, but I mean, given that it is Clubhouse, Sens not having the most effect at the best of times, unfortunately. Their utility is very situational, I guess we'll say, at the best of times. So we've seen Sens on Bank, we've seen Sens on maps like Oregon, but Clubhouse, I think they don't necessarily fit in at the moment, or at least people haven't found a way to implement Sens into an attacking roster, especially when Clubhouse is one of those maps that you sort of almost require the duo hard breach and the duo soft breach, and then you have to have an entry fragger filled. So you kind of have all 5 of your operator slots kind of filled up at that point, where Sens would replace something like the Yana, like the Thinker, which just really isn't worth the trade-off at this point in the current meta.
I mean, if Thinker's already taken off the board, then sure, like it already leaves him in. Leaves them an opening to pick Sens, but I feel like Sens really excels in wider open maps. Bank, like you said, for example, where Sens already has been picked, I think that makes a little bit more sense, but Clubhouse, which is much more narrow, much more compact, and real tight, like you said, makes more sense to pick someone a little bit more aggressive like Finka that can actually excel in smaller spaces.
Ooh, well, speaking of excels, both teams finding a kill. Harambe for 1, but Silence to at least trade something back in terms of consolidation. Souffle, though, as well. A lot of damage taken there from the main breach side of Cash. Droldini takes into the rafters on the Monty. So some good control for Obsession, some good picks as well, but ED at least will take things back into the favor of Direwolves, finding Silence there. Pistol drawn, Droldini, the aggressive Monty, is an interesting choice, but another kill for the Direwolves. Traded back to some degree, but still, I mean, big losses. That's your Monty gone. Diffuser lost, half the round has elapsed, and Direwolves come out on top. That is not what you want if you're an Obsession fan or an Obsession player at this point in time. 2 versus 3 with a smoke on the board is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, Deadpool's already trying to find something happening. Sees Banshee, a couple of gadgets on the floor. Might be able to find an opening here, but with only 2 members on his roster. And Coconut Head nowhere near him, actually. I think he's on the outside. There we go, still rappelling up. It's not looking good for Obsession in this round. They've got a minute to make something work, but right now it's going to be a bit of a miracle to try to make it happen. Hatch is still popping open. Souffle waiting for the right moment to catch any attackers pushing through. But as all drones get removed off the board. Oh, we've still got 2 on Deadpool, actually.
There's not too much left really for Obsession to work with. No frag grenades, and well, that is it. There's no frag grenades at all. That's all the utility that they bring. The drop on into logistics.
Surely.
It is going to just have to be the face checks here. Shotgun in hand. For ED, last Toxic Babe to come out. The crossfires are being held. It's going to have to be an aggressor into the site, but it's going to be Shadow to come out on top. All up to Coconut Head. 15 seconds, 3 kills to find. Some low health bars for Direwolves, but with the fuser down, he has to face check these angles. A great shot onto the shield, but it's Souffle on the pixel to clean things up. And Direwolves, perfect play at the end. Cross plays to close the round out. And Obsession, huge losses at the start, just compounding all the way to the end.
Fortunately, didn't make it all the way through. It was a bit of a hard position for them to be in. I think they did okay with it, considering where they were. Coconut Head got a nice couple of kills there, but just wasn't enough to get over the line. Bringing another round in, we do see similar operators come through. Coconut Head bringing in the Ace this time around instead of the Maverick, as they're going to CCTV. Kind of makes sense, but I mean, I'm just more of a fan for Maverick on this site than I am for Ace. I imagine Ace probably play quite a little bit more over in construction, if anything, to be honest.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It does sort of become an interchangeable pick. We do see it instantly swapped off there by Coconut Head to the Habana. So no real surprise that is the chain of for Obsession. You know, Clubhouse is a map that you usually see, or at least you used to see, it was a triptych hard breach. You had to have the Maverick, you had to have the Habana, and then you would usually fill with the April and Irma, or at least that's what teams used to do. But with the implementation of the secondary hard breach devices, we saw a lot more play of those bucks. Monty's even to sort of have that secondary ability to open up a couple of those hatches without dedicating any direct hard breach utility. And it will actually be the Maverick at the end of the day. So we do get the proper pick, or at least the one that people would designate as most meta, I guess, for this upstairs attack on CC Cash, paired with Zofia, obviously, and the Sledge. So pretty standard choices again here for Obsession with a Thermite as that sort of main hard breach. So no real surprise in the choices at all here for Obsession. Relatively on-point picks. Direwolves have swapped things up, though. This is a different setup. I mean, I believe even the third different setup we've seen for this CC Cash. The first obviously being different, then the second, now coming into the third. This is a different roster iteration again.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like they've really... Wow, okay. Obsession taking that one out real quick. A Rooney off the board isn't the biggest loss. She's already put down all her gadgets, but Coconut Head taking off Harambe. Of course, again, no more gadgets to save, but those are two big picks for the first few seconds of the game. So, nice start for Obsession to clear this one out and put Direwolves already in a hard position here on their last defensive round.
I mean, look, a 3-3 for Obsession would be great at the end of the half here, but given that they're going to have to fight pretty hard for that, Direwolves still have some pretty capable gunners on the board. I mean, Souffle, Jackie Wu, ED, yes. Two of those players maybe not necessarily having the best of games at the moment, but in the situation, given that they want to look for that 4-2 half, I mean, no real surprise if they pull something out right now when it's needed, but as the utility starts to be drawn out, the Obsession, and they're going to have to make a play for something. They're going to need to look for a pick, but so are Direwolves starting to get aggressive. I mean, we could see things open up here if Souffle can find one, but exposing himself is going to make things difficult. It's actually Jackie Wu to kick it off.
Yep, he gets double fragged over there. We've got a double push coming through. One more over in construction. The man is surrounded. Ed Souffle! Oh my gosh, this guy's on a roll. He's on an action movie trailer or something, man. Deadpool throwing up a frag here to lead up through. Might just pull off another Roldini here, but no, instead might be able to find the head. Oh no, the drop shot. Triple kill going on to Souffle. The man is unstoppable. He gets taken out. One more on the stairs. Coconut Head trying to find the last few defenders, but he's all alone. 1v2 right now, surrounded on all sides. Pushes on, picks one up, a double kill. All he needs is one more frag to end this round, but no. On the table itself, Ed is having a party. He's throwing it back, and we're going to the next round over. A 3-3? No, that's a... that is 4-2. Yeah, 4-2 half.
No real surprises. Direwolves, I had full faith. They had, as I said, 3 very capable players alive at the end of that round with the smoke in play as well. Makes things difficult. An Obsession just could not get the job done. I mean, finding yourself in the 3v5, you would assume given that numbers advantage is such a big thing in a game like Rainbow Six, the coordination unfortunately was just not there. I mean, the flanks weren't set up, or at least they didn't seem to be. Something unfortunately sort of unraveled there, a loose thread that Direwolves managed to find amidst the carnage and just go to town, unraveling the whole thing. And Obsession just slowly lost those picks, and it just ended up costing them in the end. Great deal. But now the Direwolves, they're going to switch on over to the attacking side right out of the gate. No surprise again, we're going to see that double hard breach. Very similar lineup to what we saw from Obsession, bar the Havana. So could see that changed out, obviously. Attacker 6 pick, we have talked about that already, so it is a possibility. But Azami right off the gate here for Obsession, they're very, very keen to be getting her into play as soon as they get on this defensive side. So maybe a little bit more crutch play, we could even call it, from Obsession here on the Azami. Maybe they feel a lot more comfortable bringing that operator. I mean, Direwolves were definitely a lot more old meta style, I guess, of defense for Clubhouse, but given that Azami hasn't been out for that long, I mean, it could also be part of what we saw. But Direwolves on the attack, it's a scary thing, a very aggressive roster going up against an equally aggressive roster on the defense. So it'll be interesting to see how these two playstyles clash, I guess.
It's pretty interesting to see the Rushmaster Roldini himself playing Azami. It's a more reserved operator. A couple of shots here being traded back with Harambe, but it's not too bad in saying that. We do see that, you know, some of the defense is still putting down the gadgetry. A couple of breach charges here for Harambe as he pops open that jacuzzi wall. A couple of drones go up, but Ed keeping watch as anyone might just pop through. 2 minutes left on the clock. They still have a lot of time, but still a little far away from that site. I'm not sure what it looks like on the other end of the map over here, but Shadow waiting for what looks like a couple of go-aheads from the rest of the team as they just, I suppose, trying to get into position. Proto.
Yes, it's a bit of a widespread here for Direwolves. They've got one player on Jacuzzi, one down just outside of the main double door entrance, but as two players start to make their way through logistics, Harambe is going to be looking for that window control. Cut off those flanks, cut off those jump outs, and sort of just play now to open the construction as Direwolves look like they want to be going for that construction plant to play from the window. It definitely seems to be the play. Shadow is going to be that player holding that cross at the end of the round, and they're going to start trying to clear this wall off utility and get that open so that the bomb can start to go down. I mean, this is good timing, though, for them. Half the round spent, and they're already in con, already looking to get this wall open. This is great micromanagement right now from the Direwolves. Obsession, I would start getting scared now, unless you can find a pick pretty much right here.
Yeah, they are starting to close in, and it is going to be an impeding task for them. Roldini popping off a couple of impact grenades. Used both of them now, and now, in addition to that, Harambe getting to work on that wall. Might clear up a little bit on line of sight for anyone inside Cash. Make it a bit of a fish tank for them. Oh no, Harambe getting taken off by Jay Lucky, and then trading back with Souffle onto Roldini. Does make it a little bit more even, but that attack is now starting to look a little bit trickier as Souffle takes a little bit of damage, and Ed, wow, the quad! And Jackie to clean that up. Oh, he took the penta, but hey, you know what? That ace, maybe not so well. Oh, that was a bit too free. Okay, fair enough. Got caught on animation there. How could you not take that, Proto? How could you not take that?
I'm sad that we only got to see the last kill of that quad. I mean, those first two shots, I mean, we got to see it from the Jaeger's POV. I mean, walking into the con door to Master, bang, bang, thanks for two, collects two more. I mean, what a round from Souffle on the Maverick. 4 kills to keep the Direwolves pegging for the win. 5-2 now. Obsession, that was their round. The flank executed perfectly. 2 players up main on the back end of the Direwolves, completely oblivious. And Souffle, regardless of the situation, just put the work in. 4 kills from 9 to 13 in one round with 4 deaths is an insane statistic to find himself in here. But a lead like this, given how they've currently been playing, the Direwolves are looking like they are, to some degree, back in form here in this Clubhouse matchup. Obsession, they've been doing great so far, but they are not dedicating the pace at all. Direwolves are definitely the ones in the driver's seat right now.
Absolutely. Don't forget, Soufflé scored a triple kill in some of the earlier rounds as well. The guy is on a roll, and he's been playing phenomenally throughout the entire game. So we've got a couple of rounds left. They only need to take 2 more wins here in order to close this one out here over on Clubhouse. Can they do it? Can Direwolves just clean this out on attack?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be relatively dominant still, because while yes, the Direwolves lead by 3, Obsession on the defense side of Clubhouse, obviously it is the preferred of the two, I guess you could say, or at least the one that statistically speaking is the better of the two. But as Soufflé gives us a masterclass on opening up this wall a considerable amount quicker than the predecessors from Obsession. I mean, Direwolves, just by how quickly they're getting this wall open, it is just, yeah, there you go, perfect. Less than 40 seconds, bang, wall's soft, open it up, thanks for coming, let's get into the bomb site. And I mean, Direwolves just on a different level right now.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the Coconut Head already. Having to pull back, just getting hit through soft wall after soft wall. And our Silence starting to really feel the claustrophobia set in, as a lot of these attackers are closing in on his side. He's got all his teammates still alive and well with him, but everyone is kind of just trapped in one spot. We don't see that deeper roam coming in as when we saw Direwolves on that defense. This time around, everyone's kind of on that top floor.
It's a lot more, I guess, pooled now, as Obsession know that even if they get that flank off, it doesn't amount to anything. But Roldini just showing us why Azami is so powerful. Just closing off that window is going to be able to aggress completely towards this main breach to try and phase check Shadow off in spawn here. But it's not going to be too much avail, unfortunately, as the Zove charge actually comes in, and we'll figure out that player is close. Deadpool to open things up, though, for Direwolves. I mean, if they don't find a pick to trade back, this could start to being a lot more scary. But Soufflé is actually just going to send it here through Suicide and pick up 2 again. Yeah. Soufflé, what are you doing?
Oh, he's absolutely sending it. That's what it is. He gets shut down by Deadpool, the only one to come through with that SMG-11. And now they bring it back to a 2-2 player lineup. Flashbangs go through. Not just enough, but caught off the end on that angle there. Ed picks that one up on him. The one member putting out that diffuser might have to push them through this. Maybe catch that off. Won't see him in that corner. Jumps right through, gets shut down just in time. My gosh.
Match point for the Direwolves. A great round from them, and Soufflé just sending it. I mean, that is really all you can put it down to right now. 2 kills in Suicide like that just should not have happened. But the shot through the wall from Deadpool on the mute, I mean, my gosh, what a flick. That was a flick one tap through the wall to kill Soufflé. I mean, what a way to go. It's fitting almost to see him die like that in that round, but it just doesn't matter. It does not amount to anything for Obsession. They managed to get it down to the 2v2, which was winnable, very clutchable for them, but the angles being held just not the right ones, and unfortunately Direwolves a little bit bigger brain in that last situation, but cementing themselves on match point 6-2 could be one of the quickest games this evening, and given the rest of the lineups for the rest of the night, I mean, a lot of those games are looking like they are going to be very, very close, I guess. But at the moment, Direwolves a lot more in form, I guess, as opposed to the previous few play days, at least from what we've seen so far. An Obsession, they're going to have to do something pretty insane here if they want to walk away with any hope of at least getting it to overtime. I mean, at 6-2, you've got to win 4 rounds without anything back from the Direwolves at all, just to get it to a point where you have a chance to come back in overtime. And even then, I mean, you don't get 3 points, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, I guess, if they do manage to get it to OT. But the Direwolves are playing right now, I mean, Soufflé especially, it's not looking good. A 3 KD for him in round number 9.
Yeah, Soufflé's playing out of his mind at this point. A lot of his aggressive plays are creating a lot of openings that Direwolves needs, but I mean, you were speaking about how they were a little bit bigger brain in some of these positions, but if anything, it's really the positioning and the backup they had on backup for a lot of the aggressive plays they're making sure that when one team member goes down, they've got more sitting right there to retrade, refrag, and make more and to really capitalize on some of these openings here. A lot of members down by the bottom floor, as you would expect when you're playing down there. Of course, they're getting down, so clearing this, clearing the top floor and doing their due diligence with this role player.
I will say it has been a bit slow on the side of things for the Direwolves. A minute now elapsed, and we only just see people starting to make their way onto the second floor. So to say that though, ED actually the first to fall, unfortunately for him, as they are yet to clear Deadpool out of this top floor. He's stuck around, locked down though. Great pinch there from the Direwolves. They do lose the Jackal, but I mean, that's a good trade. Get off the board, Jackal down, used his utility to find that player out, so I guess it worked out in the end.
Wasted the C4 as well, so a lot of utility off the board for the defense. A little bit less to worry about in regards to that vertical play. And now Jackie can be able to drone out that main floor with a little bit more confidence, as his teammates are not only just enclosed around him, but they know they've done their drone clear up top.
Yeah, plenty of time here left for the Direwolves. I mean, a minute to start opening up these hatches. They've got the hard breach of Souffle. They have the ace charges from Harambe as well for that church hall, should they choose to aggress towards that position. But peeking into the main hall, a free kill for Harambe, just not found. Very, very unfortunate for Direwolves, given that that was a frag that they needed coming into this last 40 seconds of session. Now hold the upper hand, I guess, in terms of the man count, but now as the utility starts to fall for Direwolves, it just looks so much better here for the defense.
Absolutely looking like in a better position to be in. Concussion goes out, gets triggered early. Shadow's still not exactly sure where the defending player is. Ooh. Does a little bit of damage there. Silence and Jay Lucky picking up two members of Direwolves. This does not look good for the attacking team this time around. Might actually make another round go through for Obsession here, as Shadow's the only surviving member. Will get seen here by the defending member, and Coconut Head takes him and pushes this to round 9. So still in the game, but not completely out of the clear yet, Proto. They still have a lot of work to do. They got 3 more rounds to be able to take this to overtime here in round 10.
Yeah, given that they just lost their strongest side as well, I don't have high hopes here, unfortunately, for Obsession. As much as we talked them up at the start of the game, I mean, coming into this, they were obviously a very scary team, regardless, given their previous playdays. But yeah, I definitely think the Direwolves have proven to be slightly too much of a challenge, or at least that's how it feels right now in these last couple of rounds of play. Direwolves have definitely cleaned things up on their end, albeit that round a little bit on the slow side as opposed to what we're used to seeing from them so far in this matchup. But I mean, you know, sometimes it happens to the best of teams, and unfortunately Direwolves fell to it that round. But it is going to be the first, I believe, gym bedroom here for Obsession. So Direwolves attacking something new this round, but honestly, I think that given how they've been on these top 4 attacks so far, this is going to be a relatively quick one, provided Obsession don't find some opening picks that they have been finding in these rounds. So Direwolves are going to have to be careful, but I mean, Souffle has just been going insane so far. So let him jump into suicide, let him find some kills, and it'll probably be over pretty quickly.
Well, to be honest, I kind of want it to go to the overtime. I want to see how far Obsession can take this. But you're most likely right here. Direwolves are in a very strong position. They have not only been performing and just, you know, in some way, I don't have to say it, but outperforming Obsession on both sides of this game. But I feel like Obsession still have some kind of spirit left in them. I don't know how to say it other than I just hope that they pull something together. They've just been playing a little bit callously, like reckless and aggressive is one thing, but I would rather say callous in the sense that running in with less of a plan, or maybe even just less communication, hasn't really worked out for them so far, and they've been just over aggressive in some spaces. Souffle is still working on that wall, finally gets it open, but Ed first off the board again, and unfortunately there goes your frag grenades and your sledgehammer.
I mean, over-aggression works that round for Obsession, and it is something that has been working for them in this matchup so far, but they start to try and make their way into Cash side. They have got garage control now, so they do have some sort of maneuverability, I guess, through the Rafters side, but Obsession with that pick going to make things a lot harder here. Nade comes towards that top red side, will get caught by the magnet disc, and Jackie Wu does get spotted on the vault through. The red pings are available. The Echo drone here for support, though, so things slowly getting more difficult for the Direwolves as they attempt to kill the Cash player, who, in their right mind, has already left Obsession, walk away. With now the man lead as well, but the time wasted. They're going to have to re-drone all of this, and this is going to cost them precious seconds.
Every moment counts for the attacking team, but Obsession here sitting with 5 men still on the board. Might be able to make something happen. Clips the defender, but Coconut Head will live through that one as he makes it down the stairs and returns to the rest of his team. Shadow now playing the Twitch will be rotating in through Cash and trying to make his way through into construction to find the rest of his teammates. This wall is still electrified though. Not for long, but hey.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, interesting choice, but it is going to be Harambe to open things up. Takes down Silence. Jackie Wu with a big kill as well. They do hear reinforcements. Will spot the band, but Coconut Head hits the shot, pushing on through. The Echo drone's available now for J Lucky as well. So huge information as Coconut Head swings into con for the Regress. Will take down Shadow and very quickly makes it a triple as well onto Harambe. With the main breach not being open, Souffle, the main fragger for Direwolves right now, has left himself, unfortunately found himself rather, in the 1 versus 3 on the Maverick. Definitely doable given his performance so far, but it's not looking hopeful at all. Obsession gonna hold on for one more, it seems, and push us into a 6-4 scoreline. 2 rounds is now all that separates them from overtime here, but we've seen this from Direwolves already. I mean, in the Elevate game, they had a 6-3 lead, completely tossed it, if we're being completely honest, all the way to the 8-7. They did it against Champion. I really hope they don't do it here against Obsession, but given history, I mean, if it repeats itself, Obsession could be in it with a chance.
Feel like Obsession had just finally woken up from a long slumber, coming back from a deep recessive position in this game, starting off 6-2. As you said, only have 2 games left away from that overtime, coming back in and looking much more structured, or at least more confident with a lot of their plays. A little bit more calculated in some sense as well. They're playing it quite well, and they're rotating off some of these sites instead of sticking on to them for a little bit too long. Leaving that Cash site was probably a smart move, and considering the time they had, and I believe they had 1 member over in logistics waiting for anyone pushing through construction. It was just a matter of time before he popped in through the back, but that smoke grenade kept him away for as long as it did. Didn't stop for anyone else on that defense actually coming through and absolutely clearing that side and mopping it up, but it did mean that they had 1 more member in the back there that was just ready to go whenever.
10 seconds to go.
It was, and it was really well done from Obsession. I mean, it was
5
just...
seconds remaining.
It was a cleanup. It really was. They did really well in that round, and just absolutely played it to the best of their ability, and ultimately it paid off. Paid huge. It isn't ultimately the end of the game just yet, but even still, Direwolves are definitely going to be, I guess, a little bit more cautious going into the next few rounds, given that they had a pretty good lead, and as it slowly starts to diminish, you'd imagine that they would start becoming a little bit more wary.
And that's what we love to see here in Siege. Just the tight the tight competitive level between some of these teams is always interesting to see and always nice to enjoy, as we see a lot of these games play it quite close and quite tight. Souffle getting to work on this wall, struggling a little bit this time around, unfortunately, but does get that EMP off and gets a little bit more help from his teammates. And as we get through, gets the wall open just now? No, soon. But it's a little bit too late, as I think his feet are a little bit too exposed. Might have to pull back and get a little bit more backup before he resumes that. And as we do see now Jackie Wu trying to peek in through construction and through the rest of the master bedroom over into Cash. But Still on this wall. Still on the wall, Proto. There
It's
we go.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate to see, given how proficient he's been in previous rounds on the Maverick, but it does get opened up, I guess. So, to say the least, everything is now starting to happen for Direwolves here. Shadow with a big kill as well from the main breach side. Roldini to go down, and look, it's all starting to happen here for Direwolves. The pick opened things up. I mean, the wall now to be opened, I'd imagine, relatively soon as well. And with Shadow on this position, I mean, things are going to look great for Direwolves going into this last minute.
Ooh, frag grenade after frag grenade, one coming through after another. You see Silence playing with death itself as he tries to peek over the wall, but Jackie Wu finds Jay Lucky with a nice little headshot. And it does start to thin out the numbers on that defense. No gadgets available for anyone left. Silence, Coconut, and Deadpool all left with just the weapons in hand. But a nice opening kill for that defending team might just make it a little bit easier for them. Ed finally takes Silence, leaving 2 members left on the board, and Deadpool leaving that trade just a little bit, but hey, now it's all down to Coconut Head as he tries to defend this with that Azami. Impacts himself just a little bit, gets caught over here, finds the kill, the down, cleans that and confirms that, and now as he rolls through, notices that one enemy left on the board. The Nomad will win that trade with the ARX, and there we go, a nice headshot. Takes that one out and confirms the round and this game for Direwolves.
I mean, they closed it out. They didn't let it go all the way to OT. And ultimately, a 7-4 is better than a loss, or at least an overtime loss, or even an overtime win. 3 points secured with Souffle, 16 and 8. Huge game from him. Huge game for the Direwolves. Ultimately, those kills not being found, we definitely could be in a different position right now. But still, very well done. I mean, Obsession actually proving that they are still pretty prominent at the moment. Unfortunately, a few little mistakes here and there that Direwolves managed to read into, obviously playing for pretty good pressure on those mistakes relatively quickly. I mean, we saw straight away the iteration of Legion after the Monty play, and then we did not see Monty anymore. I mean, it was definitely a pocket pick, but things like that sort of highlight why Direwolves are definitely a little bit sharper when it comes down to game day, at least in terms of the experience and the ability to adapt on the fly. But yeah, Obsession, unfortunate, but still Direwolves back to form, some could say. 7-4, that's a big win for the Rapport coming back into the season, or at least coming back to form, I guess we could say.
Yeah, as we can see, 4 rounds back-to-back for that Direwolf team, and really showing that they had that confidence, they had that lockdown, and once they secured that, it was, I mean, it's quite obvious to see that they were performing as well as they did. Don't forget, of course, that we have a giveaway going on right now, as you can see in the chat. Hashtag Fight for Glory. Don't miss out on your chance to win 600 R6 credits. PC only, of course. But hey, thank you for being here. But don't forget to follow the channel as well. If anything, that is the most important thing. Definitely be following this channel for all Rainbow Six in Southeast Asia. And of course, on this English broadcast. We also have our Mandarin Taiwanese broadcast on the other channel. But thank you for being here, and thank you for sitting with us as we go through some of these games. And we've got 3 more games, Proto. We've got some pretty interesting lineups in terms of matchups here, and some of these games are looking like they're going to give us probably just as much of a good show as that was then. Unfortunately, of course, our Obsession didn't really perform as well as we thought they would.
Yeah, look, it is a shame, but on game day, obviously, it sort of just falls, I guess, how the cards crumble, you know, how everything happens at the end of the day. Direwolves definitely a little bit more prepared for that, I think, but it is a map that they're going to be more comfortable with. Obviously, Clubhouse, one of those basic maps we talked about, one that's practiced pretty extensively throughout competitive teams. But going into game number 2, I mean, Champion versus Fury, it is looking like it's going to be a really, really interesting one to follow up straight away. Fury obviously having that pretty rough previous season of APAC South 0-7, coming into the first plate of APAC South against Wildcard looking really, really good. Then we saw them in OPL, and they actually had a pretty solid showing, losing in week number 1, but then I9 came back. For those of you who don't know, I9 is just Napier after the rebrand. And then they started actually doing pretty well in play days after that, with I9 coming into the roster. So coming into tonight against Champion have proven that they're a pretty solid team, beating Direwolves in play day number 4. So Fury, I think, are going to have their work cut out for them in this matchup. One that I think that they can win. Obviously, that is my prediction at the end of the day. But I think game number 2 definitely holds some surprises for us.
Personally, I think we both agree Fury do have that star lineup, and I think they definitely do have what it takes to take that one out quite cleanly. But we'll have to find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break, and we'll see you guys soon for more Rainbow Six.
Shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
That's the sound of a diffuser being planted, and it gets denied. Wow, phenomenal stopping that one. No, it doesn't get denied. It gets right through.
Ooh.
And attackers win. Harambe picking up the last 2 kills. Cleans that one out.
Joe will find a kill on the flank, though, at least. Some form of consolidation from the stairs as well. Hoven with 2 big kills. Joe to find a second as well. Gaiman enter back with an end round.
All that Farlord just tucked in. Does he have? Does he know? No, he doesn't. Jackie.
To sort of just look to lock this one out in their positions. Oh no.
Oh no. Farlord, he's going to be gifted another one. Pushes up, finds Souffle. Can he find a third for his troubles? Almost loses his life there. Being aggressed on from meeting, and Harambe wants to try his hand at it. He's going to rotate himself around. Labyrinth finds ED. What a headshot! My God, Farlord. He wants to make a play with it. He has it primed and ready. Tolji and Hoven both four. Make that Joe for a third. It's on to Rex. Tricky Decky to do it, but no. Songdi keeps the fragging momentum rolling. This is what he's made a name for himself. There against Ray. The jump in. Oh my Lord. Absolutely obliterated. 2 for 8. He's embracing the monkey. Finds 3. He's all coming apart here in the 7th. 3 kills for 8. 1 for Rex. A 4th for 8 as well.
if I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
After a pretty interesting game between Direwolves and Obsession, we are now here for yet another matchup between Champion and Fury. So, Proto, going into this game here, what are you expecting? We both predicted Fury is gonna take the win, but how do you expect the scoreline to leave?
I mean, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting prospect, really. I mean, coming into this, obviously, Fury most likely looking like the victors, given that Champion were one of the qualifying teams coming up through that qualifying bracket. Fury, or obviously auto-qualifying, but given the scores so far, Fury not having the best of play days. They have won a couple, obviously, with i9 coming into the roster, as we talked about before the break. They have become pretty scary. Last play day, they actually lost Elevate 7-4. So coming into this, they are going to be the team on the loss, because last week Champion did beat Direwolves in pretty much the shock upset of the evening. So coming into it, Fury, I mean, as much as I want to say Fury wins 7-5, I definitely think Champion could take it in OT again, given that they've already shut down the Direwolves, who are arguably having a better series so far than Fury. So food for thought, 7-5 either way, I think, is really on the cards. But yeah, if I had to pick, Fury 7-5, possibly 8-6, depending on how it pans out.
I think it's going to end around a 7, maybe a 7-4. I feel like it. But we never really know till we leave. But you're completely right. I think that the overtime is quite a possibility. Champion have been, I suppose, beating a lot of expectations for us here at the Southeast Asian League, and we only expected to see some pretty interesting matchups so far. So going into this next match here, we hope to get the best out of it. But I'm glad that i9 is in there, or as you mentioned before, Napew, back with some of the other names of the roster like Lycolis that we do know, and these guys coming back in together, it's a bit of a reunion for some of the older rosters in Southeast Asia. So good to have them back in, and hopefully these next few games start off quite strong. But thank you for everyone joining us here today as we go through these games. And of course, don't forget, we've got our giveaways, and we've got a lot going on today. And of course, make sure you chuck in that hashtag. Well, getting on into things, Champion versus Fury, the matchup on your screen right now. Champion, obviously, the team that is a little bit, I know we've talked about dark horses already tonight, but Champion definitely fits the description, I think, of that. But Fury, having picked up i9, I mean, it is such a talking point. It really, really is, given that we saw them, that APAC South run that they had last season was just not great. We saw some roster changes. i9 came in, really, really prominent, and is arguably the deciding factor for Fury. He is the win condition. I don't know what it is, but regardless, Champion, Solonic, highlight player for me in the last couple of play days, has been going absolutely mental on the entry frag. You have to ban the Thinker against this man. Even the Zofia has to be gone, because he takes up both of those roles, and if you let him frag, he will. But a very capable roster, obviously defeating the Direwolves in the last play day, number 4, 7-8. I mean, it was such a monumental game for them. So coming into this week, they're definitely going to be hyped up. Well, I mean, look at the guy. He's James Bond himself. But coming in here, of course, we've got Fury, we've got Lycolis, Spacehead, Dark, BG Man, and i9. The guy looks, I mean, all these guys look like they're ready to go. Spacehead, with a more modest KD between the two, obviously hasn't played too much to play, I suppose. Nice. But yeah, 6-9 right now. Perfect scoreline. Love it. Absolutely run with that, my man. But i9, Napew, 24-23. Quite an even scoreline, but I'm sure he's bringing in a lot of these valuable trades in a lot of these rounds. Well, I mean, i9 is one of the players that, for this roster, he's had major experience, or invite experience at least. And I don't know what it is that he brings to this roster, because
week in, week out, we see players like BG Man, Dark, like Hollis fragging out for the roster. It isn't necessarily I9 just dropping, 20 kills a game. So whether or not it is help on the IGL side of things, or whether even just having that experience available, calling rotates, calling things like that, it makes for Fury. I don't know, having I9 around has definitely improved Fury's play to the nth degree, and going onto a map like Oregon is definitely going to make things a whole lot more interesting. It is a map that, again, back to basics. We saw it from Club. I already said that Oregon, Cafe, those are the two maps that you see. Three maps that you see as the sort of spearhead, I guess, for Oceania as a region, including Seas, including OCE. We get all of these three maps, I would almost say religiously at this point, land. So no surprise at all that this is the map veto for tonight. And Fury, I mean, they're going to be happy with this one.
Well, if anything, they're going to be quite. It's all quite structured, and it's all quite simple to understand. When a lot of these guys come into these maps here, like Oregon, and as you mentioned, Cafe or even Clubhouse, it's easy to understand how the attacking team is going to attack, and it's also very rigid and structured how the attacking team has to deconstruct and play against it. So easier for them to understand, I suppose. Our entire region's pretty notorious for just wanting to take a lot of gunfights. So especially in the Southeast Asian region, especially for a team like Fury, and especially for the Thai region itself, they love taking gunfights. They barely use a lot of utility, but when they do, when a roster like Fury comes in and they actually use the gadgets properly and well, you can only see them excel in ways that most other teams and rosters within that entire Southeast Asian region fail to do so. So when they get to actually playing the game, you definitely see some of that good stuff come through. But hey, a lot of these guys prepped and ready as they are just waiting. And Labyrinth having a bit of a jam before he starts. I wonder what he's listening to.
Something interesting, I'd imagine, but hype all the same. I mean, as I said, coming off a win in the previous play day against a team like Direwolves, these guys, just mental. It's going to be such an upgrade for them coming into this play day. Fury, unfortunately, a loss in the previous week to Elevate, funnily enough, I9's previous roster. So maybe that one runs a little bit deep, but I wouldn't imagine it is going to affect them too much here tonight. Being the favourites going in this, I mean, we'll see if Champion can do it back-to-back, because this will be the telling factor. If they can take down Direwolves, if they can come into this week and take down Fury as well, it will be precedent-setting to put them up in contest for one of those top 4 spots going into the playoff side of things. So they're going to have to dig deep tonight, but kicking things off with the bands, Thatcher to go second from Fury. I'd imagine maybe the Finker, given how prominent Solotic is on that operator. But then defense side, I mean, Kata Zami, I couldn't really think of anything else. Maybe the Mirror, but Habana actually the one to go, interestingly.
Want to keep those hatches nice and safe. Habana is one of those operators that's quite flexible with how she plays, especially after the changes quite a couple of seasons ago. She's a little more malleable in many senses. Defense band coming through now. Does look like Kaid taken off the board as well. Again, another focus on the hatches and a lot of remote play. So a little bit of a trend coming in here, but we'll see now, of course, that Azami, after watching maybe the last game or even just watching how these last weeks have played out, finally taking her off the board because of the flexibility and the amount of the presence that she brings into a lot of these maps.
I mean, just in general, she's a really good pick for pretty much any standard competitive map at this point in time. But that does mean that Valkyrie, as I was about to say, Farlord picks it up, has managed to slip through the veto. So we do have the possibility for some hefty information bonuses here for Champion. Obviously, the Black Eye cameras, very, very potent when given to someone as capable, or even just the whole roster as Champion. I mean, having that information buff, I guess, just makes things a whole lot easier in terms of competitive senses. But good luck, have fun in the chat. We're getting locked in to the matchup here. It's good to see, good sportsmanship. You always love it. But, I mean, round number 1, Champion starting on the defense side for Fury. I mean, what are we thinking, Lan? Obviously, statistically speaking, it is the better side of the two, but given Fury's dominance, we do see Sens being employed as well. How are we expecting this one to pan out for Champion on the defense?
Can't really say too much, to be honest, but considering that we do have a lot of remote players, can only imagine that they are going to be playing quite passively. A lot of defense already on the bottom floor here as they try to just build up a little bit more resistance. And nice little deep roam by Wattmelon. Does make for some interesting play. Surya Gates also going down here does mean that the defense around Laundry is going to be quite crucial, as it always is. But you know, I just want to make sure that we note that we've got some interesting operators coming in on this round here. We did see the Sens get swapped out, but we now have Zero played here. Sam Fisher, of course, we haven't seen him for quite a few games now. Not sure if this is the first time I'm seeing him in the Operation League.
No, I believe he has had some play previously in maybe Playday 2, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, definitely a niche pick, something that teams don't often choose to bring. But as we kick the round off, some early aggression here. Spacehead will take some damage, but given that Thinker made it through the bans this time, Dark getting those adrenal surges out, we'll be able to get Spacehead back to his former HP, former glory, some could even say, as Fury begin to make their way into the building. Solid clear from them so far. Designated the top floor is relatively cleared for the most part as they make their way into the first floor, completely almost just bypassing that second floor in its entirety, and this is going to give them a lot of time to start opening up this mid floor and start playing for aggression towards the side, as we already see here. Firelord's going to be forced back down into pillar off that drone.
Yeah, Firelord's going to be he's going to miss the pick on that drone, and unfortunately that's going to give them a lot of information and the opportunity to pick up even more as the round goes by. Hatch is being opened right now, and Spacehead already just waiting in. Nice little drone there, picks up the Yokai, and still quite safe, but still outside in construction, not actually making it in past that Surya Gate just yet. Waiting for the rest of his team to get in position, and I9 now just turning around this corner. Might just pick up one. Here's the gunshots, might be able to pick up the head, and ooh, yes, there we go. Wattmelon getting taken down, along with Caloric and Firelord. All members of Fury are popping off right now, and maybe just one more. Yes! And Labyrinth all alone on that defense is unable to survive for too much longer. Cornered. Absolutely pinned down, and Dark Fury coming in with another LMG, and wow. What an explosive. That round ended in a couple of seconds as soon as it started.
Yeah, if that's how the rest of the map's going to play out, Champion,
boy,
not going to be looking too good. But given that it's only round one, we're not going to put too much thought into it. A great collapse from Fury, obviously collecting all the information and then executing on it flawlessly. I think a point of conversation, I think, as well for us here, Lan, is that in the previous Playday number 4, where we sort of already talked about both teams and their previous scores, Champion winning, obviously, against the Direwolves, but funnily enough, that win was on Oregon. So coming back, Fury actually were the ones to let this map through, hence why Champion have picked the defense side first. So Fury, obviously quite confident coming into this map. They know that Champion beat Direwolves on it the previous Playday. Coming into Playday number 5, they let it through in the vetoes. Do you think that that is purely strategy-based, or do you think that that is pure psychological Rainbow Six? Do you think that they're trying to get in the head? I mean, why would Fury let that through, do we think?
I think they know what they want out of this map. I have a feeling that they planned for it to go through. They kind of, in some sense, psychologically allowed it to happen. You know, just made them think like, oh, you know, we could pick this map. We're okay here. But Fury really wanted it. So a little bit of psychology play here, in my opinion. But as we can see, a lot of that gunfire already going off, and a couple of pre-fires are making sure no one gets onto the building a little bit too early.
Well, you heard it here first. Fury, round number 1. Solid, but behind him play I9. I mean, he's been allowed to get so deep, so quick in these rounds, but from behind the wall, somehow gets taken down by the Thorn device there. So, I mean, Parrot, you take those eco frags, I guess, is what you could call them, maybe, but the Razor Bloom there. Not something you usually see getting kills like that when you can just shoot them. So why I9 didn't choose to shoot that? Again, interesting prospects, but Fury, huge loss. One of those E1Ds did manage to be used, but losing I9 early in the round, just the line even in general, 3 flashbangs, 2 of those scans left over. That's huge losses there. Champion, you got to be happy with that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of value there. Fire Lord getting taken out there. So not equal in the sense of, you know, operator value, but still it's something for the attacking team just to thin out their roamers. But just touching on that point, seeing a Razor Bloom actually pick up kill, I'm not sure if I like that a little bit more than the Maestro Evil Eye. I feel like it's just as satisfying, a little bit more surprising, but not as. But my preference still sits with the Evil Eye for sure.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so. But Labyrinth, as we said, that will find PG Man inside of Tower. So now it is all your Attic presence actually completely wiped off the board for Fury, which is going to make things a bit more difficult, I'd imagine, as they open up this main breach. All three players pulled towards that Games Trophy side, as they're going to have to try and clear the shield out now with the 3 ADS is available for Champion. It's going to draw out a lot of that utility, but the shield now cleared, so Fury do have some sort of an avenue into the site, but without that crossfire, without any of that pressure towards Tower, this is going to have to be a funnel right into where Champion are going to be waiting, but it is the late rotate to be called. Lycolis will be the entry here, walking into the site, LMG in hand, does have a good position to at least find the opener, will indeed. Whatmelon goes down on the aggression outside of Kids, could find the second, Labyrinth yet to swing, but he's going to have to come down to what Fury want to do. The first kill, 2 kills, 3 kills for Labyrinth as he finds those 2 players in Attic and Lycolis now. The LMG in a 1 versus 2, 1 player very low. Can definitely do damage to both here. But the shield in Attic, Labyrinth for 4. Champion to lock down round number 2. Learn from their mistakes, and Fury, unfortunately, not going to make that one work.
Much stronger round for Champion as they actually hold down the Attic quite confidently and in good fashion as well. Fury just unfortunately not be able to make it in there. Had to burn a lot of utility to actually make that happen. Did not play out the way they expected it to. And I suppose losing I9 that early was a massive contributor to that. Not only fragging power, but also in the ability to lock down a lot of the roamers and anyone in sight to be able to confidently attack with the intel provided. So good free pick there from the Razor Blue, but can they make it happen again? And will I9 survive this time around?
He was behind the wall. I don't know how that.
It's one of those things, man. The mysteries of life.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Hopefully that mistake not made once more. But given that it is round 3, we are going to see another attempt here from Champion on that downstairs. They won their secondary pick, so only fair that they give the bottom floor another go. They had a pretty solid lineup, but remember, Fury just completely slaughtered on this downstairs take. So hopefully Champion learned their lesson. We do see the Ella being employed here by Whatmelon, traded out for the Mute. So those Gershmot mines hopefully providing a little bit more information maybe on the whereabouts of I9, but switching off the Lion and the Zofia this time, we see the implementation of the Osa, which is something that we do see quite often here. But speaking of often, Lycolis could be on for the opener. As I say that though, of course, as soon as I start to theory craft, the player on the backstairs is going to run away, or at least to a safer position, as Fury start to make their way into the tower.
Already cornered and being pushed off site here. I9 along with the rest of Fury are already on that lower end. A little bit more info, and as he now notices 2 more members are coming through. A little bit of utility being used there to try to clear that out, but we've seen Whatmelon with that shotgun point blank, ready to take on anyone. Oh, the trade and swap over. Lycolis picking that up with the super shotty is absolutely devastating, as they just try to stall out for a little bit more time, putting down a Toxic Babe to buy it out. Jeez.
Yeah, wow, the Supernova. Not a shotgun that you see used many times, especially by Amaro enjoyers around the world. But still, beating the FO12 is definitely a huge prospect. I9, though, some good damage on the Firelord here, trying to get the second shield down to at least play for the frag. Will spot the shoulder, can't quite hit the shots, does some damage, but ultimately not enough. There you go, the down to come through on the Pixel, and unfortunately for Champion, that is Killer now lost. They're going to have to re-aggress, but I9 is there, and he's just going to town on these shields as he runs on down. Spacehead finds the headshot, I9 for confirmation on both, and Labyrinth, the only player left for Champion on the top floor, will actually manage to get into E-Box largely unscathed, but there's Spacehead and Fury are going to answer back with a absolutely insane, flawless round. And again, this bottom floor champion just cannot get a grip of.
Fury have that in their hands, and they knew exactly how to execute that. I feel that, of course, despite their confidence on that side, it really came down to Fury giving away a lot of kills for free because they got too zealous with peeking those angles. The Doc did not have to go down there, and Wamai also peeking where he shouldn't have, or at least trying to pick up a couple of shots where it was just a bit too tight to begin with in the first place, especially trying to fight an Osa on an angle like that was not ideal to begin with. So, in some sense, Fury definitely know what they're doing. Champion, as you said, can't get a grip on it. They're just either too zealous or just really barking up the wrong tree with playing downstairs.
Either or. Unfortunately for Champion, that means that they will concede one more, and Fury further their lead by a single round, albeit only the third in play so far, this being the fourth. So not too much to elapse just yet. Champion still with a good chance, albeit Oregon is the map, or at least one of those maps that you want to be locking down a 4-2 half, or at least a 3-3 at bare minimum if you want to have a chance when you switch over onto that attacking side, because, you know, you let Fury build up that momentum now, it unfolds, it comes apart, and that's when things start to happen. But given that Fury have had a really good game so far, I mean, we've got the Sens, we've got the Flores now here as well, and with kills being given away for free like that, I mean, Parrot, what was the play there? Trying to shoot the drone, but Fury just 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, as I mentioned, going back to my point, too zealous, they're just taking angles and fights they shouldn't be. They need to let some of these things go, and they're just so adamant on collecting these kills, holding these angles, and taking the drones. And sure, these are all crucial steps in order to win the game, but at the same time, there are points in the round where you gotta just step back, let it go, and find and pick a better fight. Another one going down, Caloric, a member and player that you yourself also said that was going to be a key player on that side there, but right now sits on a 0-3 scoreline. Unfortunately, he's just not having a great time. No one on Champion really is. BG Man finds Labyrinth, and that leaves 2 members on that roster alive. Again, Firelord and Wattmelon.
Yeah, Solodic unfortunately hasn't been having a great game on Oregon so far, and it's a map that they have had great success on in the... I mean, beating the Direwolves on it is definitely something to behold, but Fury start to take some compounding losses, I guess. Wattmelon to find I9, SMG now for Wattmelons, which is on over. Will force out the toxic canister, but the swing from Lycolis is good, and the kill will be collected. The Sens yet to use... No, has actually used one of those Sens walls. Will use the second here to get on round. Does have the Z pings through the smoke. Some good damage as BG Man starts to get the diffuser down, and they pretty much lock Firelord out of the side here as he tries to rotate through the kitchen, which is being held. Frag is good, finds 2. Can he make it 3? Lycolis, the last alive, does have the possibility to go for the defuse here, but the wall opened up, goes for the vertical play. Lycolis does have the hatch to play from. Will drop down, and Firelord for 3! Manages 1v3 clutch Fury! What a mistake to make, and the first 3 kills that Firelord has found in this game matter the most. Impact frags, baby. Champion equalize. And look at that. Celebrations all around. Smiles on the board, but Fury just gutted.
Salvaging a round that did not start very well at all. Firelord coming in, not just making impact frags, but also making a huge splash here over at the caster's desk, and I'm sure over in chat. But that was insane. The jump off the diffuser straight onto shooting right at the operator dropping from hatch. What a switch with time to spare as well. Fantastic time management. And you can see all members of Champion still living it and still enjoying it. Except, like, I can't tell, but I'm sure Firelord has like the widest grin right now. You can tell from his eyes. He's just so happy.
Attackers need to locate.
Hey, he deserves it.
I'd be happy if I hit that, especially on
Oh
stream.
man.
I'd imagine he's going to be excited when we went to watch that clip back. But yeah, what an insane 1v3. I mean, those 2 kills. Great way to kick that off. And then it was just the 1v1 coming down to it. I mean, Dark Lycolis. Possible misplay, going for the vertical. Had the wall in kitchen open. Had a lot of avenues. Could have even gone for the verticality with the DMR as well. But yeah, didn't matter. Champion wanted that a little bit more at the end of that round. And in the conclusion of things, Fury, unfortunately, not going to walk away with that round as much as maybe people would have hoped. It looked good for them, regardless of how it panned out. And sort of just all, unfortunately, didn't go in their favour. But yeah, here we go. Back to the top floor now for Champion. Equalised to 2-2. So the 3-3 is definitely on the board here. Possibly even the 4-2, depending on what happens so far for Fury. But given how that top floor panned out last time, Fury could definitely be in some trouble here.
It's definitely looking like a very surprising game so far. Fury, I feel like it might have just been a fluke for Champion. We'll have to see if that's going to be a repeat. And if it wasn't, or if anything, if Fury's going to be able to just really take control back of this game and push forward with a win here. But playing upstairs, not as confident as they were down, pushing into basement. But you never know. They definitely do have a pretty good game plan. So they try to rotate, now taking control of Armory, pushing through, getting a little bit more drone work done by the bedrooms, and trying to source anyone trying to push through. And slowly taking out all the vanilla cams. Here we go.
Flores is going to be big here as well with I9. I mean, clearing out. Look at all the utility just forfeit now, and that is perfect. This is why Flores on Oregon is so good, because you can clear out so much, especially when the mute jammers aren't in the right positions. And Solotic, unfortunately, not having one at the bottom of pit there with Flores in play. Unfortunate for Champion, but for Fury, that's going to be a dub indeed. And as we come to the latter half, things are starting to spice up a little bit here.
Oh. Taking care of that barbed wire is going to be very crucial as they try to push through, knowing that one member of Champion sits across the ditch in the attic, waiting for anyone trying to push and contest. It might just be his time to shine, but we see now a couple more frag grenades going through with the Suri gates going down. Might just find a little bit more utility for them to clear out. And that's all frag grenades really are these days. They're less for the frags than actual kills.
No.
But wow, Labyrinth with DMR picking up 2 kills and a nice double trade coming back. Solotic finally finding a kill for himself. But as all members drop on each side, Dark is the only one left with about, I don't know, 20 health.
That's not good. Unfortunate for Fury, compounding losses, but a great nade.
Oh!
It's going to put Dark in a good position here. Solotic, the 1v1, SMG in hand, does have some good positions, and Dark does have plenty of bullets. Does have one Adrenal Search. You're probably going to wait for the charge. Also Diffuser, there we go. Charge to come out on the Adrenal Search. So Solotic has some inkling that the play is towards the main breach, but there are some forms of utility still up. Grenade to clear that out. The swing on out to the left. Close angle here on the off, but unfortunately, the headshot not connecting, and there you go, Solotic. Labyrinth very visibly happy with that round. Fury just not checking pit. So many misdrones for them in the last 2 rounds, and Champion are just picking them apart here on these mistakes. Fury, you cannot be letting that happen. No redrone into attic equals 2 kills for Labyrinth, and ultimately the conversion. I mean, damn.
Damn. Hi, Dad. I mean, clearly, Labyrinth, the most animated player on that roster. I thought it was Powerit with that smile and the jokes he's popping off, but you know what? It definitely is Labyrinth. I didn't expect him to stand up. I'll say that for sure. But if anything, Champion are picking up the kills that matter the most. Especially when it matters the most, especially in the tightest situations. But man, that definitely is a moment to celebrate for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Labyrinth went huge that round. I mean, 3 kills for him or something like that. 2 kills regardless. The kills he found, again, just completely locked out that tower presence. And that is the second time that that's happened for Fury. That top floor looking solid for Champion so far. I mean, Fury just, both times, clearing out the attic have just been wiped by Labyrinth. Both times. It's just they're not droning him, they're not clearing him. I don't know what's going on, but there is something happening inside of the attic that is just compounding and compounding for Fury each round, whether it is lack of information, whether it is, no grenades, no utility, something along the lines of an issue, I guess we could say, is appearing, and Champion are really just sort of pressing on that bruise, if you will. But now, player inside of tier 3, Fury, maybe not necessarily any wiser of that position, but they do seem to have some sort of knowledge that one of those players is up there. Now, I'm not too sure who it is for Champion. We can't quite see that through the wall, but if Fury don't clear this quickly, I mean, this could be big for Champion.
Might be a bit of a surprise here for anyone pushing through. Hopefully they do their research. But I9 already at the bottom of the stairs, setting up and trying to get this angle. An angle he's been quite successful on so far, so I wouldn't put it past him to pick that one up. Dark already taking a little bit of damage. And picking himself up with a little bit of a heal.
As the utility starts to come out, and the flanks are available. It will be the first kill. Second spotted out. Some good damage here, but BG Man comes out on top. Nitro for Wattmelon will clear out I9, but the shotgun, the Supernova is good for one, not the second, as Solotic comes to the refrag up the stairs, but all three members of Fury are close by. Only one left for Champion. The smoke to cover the retreat, and the kills have been found, but it's only 2 in compensation for 4. The trade's in favor of Fury right now. 1 versus 3 for Solotic. He's managed to find some kills to put him on the leaderboard here for Champion, but as the drones come out from Fury, the information relayed, another Toxic Babe wasted. I mean, Fury, they're going to have to be careful. They've already conceded 1 versus 3 this matchup so far. So they are taking their time, which is highly advisable given that Solotic can be dangerous.
If they're going to win a point anywhere, it's going to be in basement so far. But Champion are known to, find these random clutch kills, man. 1v3, I believe Solotic might be able to make it happen. He creeps up right on the back of them, and oh, unfortunately, Dark cleans that one up.
Yeah, look, Finker was there. Red Ping's available as well. The drones in the hallway, obviously. Fury setting themselves up better after learning their lesson in terms of the lack of drones for the previous 2 rounds. But still, a 3-3 half for them is pretty good going on to the defensive side. Now, obviously, the better of the 2 we talked about already. It is probably the favorite side. But a 50-50 trade there for Champion is definitely a good start going on to the attack, because given Mira is on the board, given Valkyrie is available for Fury, I9 on the smoke, something maybe we don't usually see from him, but it looked a little bit like an AFK pick, maybe ran out of time, I don't know, either way. I'd imagine it's not going to sort of impact him too much, but yeah, for Fury, going on the defense is going to be huge, especially with the Mira, especially with the Valkyrie. If they haven't bought it this round, I'd imagine they will in the future, but Champion going to have a pretty hot attacking side here if they want to take this any further than it currently is, because Fury on defense, especially on a map like Oregon, are very, very scary.
We'll have to see if their defense is as aggressive and confident as their offense here on this site, but Champion, we'll have to see how that rolls out for them on this attack. So far, that roster looks pretty standard. Pretty happy with everything so far. Solotic on that Finka is exactly what we want to see, right? That's exactly what we expected him to play, and rolling into this round here, man, I feel like I want Champion to win this round. I want them to. Despite my pick being Fury, of course.
Well, I mean, one round, one game, very different variables, but yeah. Either or, 3 LMGs is something scary here for Champion. We've got Finker, we have the Ying, and we have the Zoe. Obviously, Ying herself, after the recent changes, an extra Candela. But it doesn't matter because she's dead. Spacehead to open things up. 1 LMG gone, 2 more to go. Solotic will find the trade at least. So there's some form of a refrag there. Dark will get droned out as well. But I mean, for Fury, it is just about wasting time. They've done that perfectly. They found a Ying. That's a big operator to take off the board, especially when you trade it for an alibi. And they're just going to now burn time. They're going to disappear early, shoot the drone, force the redrone. Great start. Great start for Fury.
Fantastic pick. No Candelas to have to deal with. It's going to allow them to take these fights a little bit more confidently, knowing that they're not going to get absolutely blitzed by the Hong Kong star herself. Oh, that Cole is just chilling. No action for the guys so far. Everybody still dealing with roamers all around the map. Everyone on site kind of just like, look, he can barricade that. That's how chill it is on the basement. But right now, that's not the main focus. The main focus is Fury are wasting time, and they're doing it really well, as you mentioned. But I feel like Champion just have to focus. They're so split, and they're still delivering how they need to execute this attack. No two members are together. They're all peeking their own angles, trying to find their own space, and they're still unsure of how they're supposed to execute this. Using all their drones, of course, and I think we only have one drone left with us. No RCXDs either. So it's going to have to come down to it. Last minute left, and now pushing through into Laundry.
This is where the Goyo is going to come into his own. The utility provided by BG Man is huge, but Firelord to open things up finds one onto I9. So Fury down the count now. Going to have to make it onto the site with Vicolis to lead the charge. We'll be in for first contact of the main stairs, but from Freezer, Parrot's made his way down. We'll find that kill, and we haven't seen any of the det packs go off. But Swing with Vector is good. Firelord, though, to find his second makes it more difficult than inside of Freezer. Solidix there for the trade. Champion, first round of attack, absolutely solid out of the gate. And Fury fumbling a little bit on the downstairs, but a really good cleanup there from Champion regardless. Even losing that first pick in the Ying, it's just absolutely clinical. Fury, that downstairs, unfortunately, not going in their favor whatsoever.
You're going to try again from the look of it, and maybe this time it'll pan out a little bit better. Champion, of course, reminding us that all you really need to win an attack round is 20 seconds left on the clock. Run in, blitz it, wipe the team. Especially if you have a clear-cut understanding of their position, and that you've done your duty in clearing out all the utility, doing your chores, like taking out the barbed wire, using your drones to the full extent and getting as much information as possible. All of that we saw them do. To some extent and to a point, it felt like they were just delaying a lot of it, right? But down to the wire, they really made it work. Bringing in the Warden, though, I9 feels like, you know what, they are using a lot of flashbangs, and they might bring in quite a lot of utility there. This might be the right operator for me. I think it's an alright pick.
I mean, even just gun-wise, the MPX with 1.5 and an angled grip is insane. So, in the hands of someone like I9, it is even more dangerous. But
true.
Opting to get rid of the Goyo is an interesting choice, I think, for Fury. We didn't get to see too much of it last round, given the placements. I think maybe we're slightly off given the push, but obviously when you pre-place them, like Fury had done, you can't really do too much in terms of shifting them around the last 30 seconds to play for the denial. But still, the addition of Valkyrie from Spacehead is going to make things, I think, a little bit more easier here for Fury to designate where this push is coming from a little bit earlier to possibly get some rotates in, because that execute from Champion was really, really good. And it was a very multi-pronged approach. Fury couldn't really deal with it. They have gone for the 5 on site sort of strategy here, not really opting for the heavy roam at all, which is understandable given that Champion just wiped that round. It was 3 on 1 at the end. So
yeah, they definitely did manage that roam quite well. Going 5 on site's not unheard of here, playing down in Laundry. We've seen it many times before, and I suppose it just allows Champion to slowly pick away at a lot of these hatches, walls, all that good stuff. In some sense, though, allows Champion to just focus down on holding those multi-angles that we did notice that they struggled with in the previous round, getting just completely swamped, really. Firelord pushing quite aggressively right into Laundry, though, and now has a pretty nice angle into the back of construction there.
I'll spot the player out the corner of his eye. Some damage taken, but it is BG Man to kick things off. Fury find the first Solodic to go down. As the Thinker taken off, the heal's no longer available as the last Adrenal Surge was used. Smoke to force back. That mainstays player, Labyrinth, does take some damage as well. So Fury now with the advantage to some degree. A lot of denial left as well. 3 nitro cells and 2 of those toxic canisters is going to be plenty to not even just find kills, but delay Champion for a considerable amount of time, as we see that utility now starting to be used. Spacehead will take down Wattmelon, and 3 players now from Champion that are all that is left to try and figure this round out. Labyrinth to open things up. Dark will trade back though, so very compounding losses here for Champion, unfortunately. 2 versus 4, 30 seconds left, not a lot of time, and I'd imagine this one is going to be over relatively quickly. Fury, they do have 2 players on low HP. As I say that, I9 goes down. This could actually turn around. We don't know, but as Dark finds Parrot, things looking really good. BG Man to clean things up. Firelord does find one, but it's nothing but a KD pad here. Fury will answer back on the bottom floor, but Champion were actually really, really close again to making that theirs.
Both teams starting to look a bit more competitive as we go by the rounds. Fury finally finding that win down bottom does make it look... does make them feel a little bit more confident as they roll through. Of course, now 4-4 on both sides here on round 9. Looking at a pretty interesting roster as we pull through. I take that back. It's pretty standard so far. Yana coming through does make it quite simple. And Caloric, of course, back on that Finka. Now pushing over into dorms, of course, upstairs. Does mean that we're going to see probably a bit more of a wider set here for Fury on this defense. We're not going to see all members in on site. Most likely have 1 or 2 roaming. Looking right at you, Spacehead.
Look, Spacehead's been having a good game so far. I mean, 6 kills, nothing to be shy of. Dark with 10 though on the Jaeger. I mean, site Jaegers hit diff. You can definitely say that. But yeah, Fury, not as dominant as some would maybe hope. They've had moments in the last few play days where they definitely do show that they are improving. They are becoming a lot more consistent, I guess we could say is the word, for how Fury are beginning to start playing on more of a regular basis. But it is still relatively new, I would say. I mean, the addition of I9, a couple of changes here and there in terms of who plays what, support, switches, etc. Definitely make things a bit more difficult, but so far, it definitely does look a whole lot better from Fury in Playday 5 here as opposed to Playday 1. And Champion, I mean, even then as well, super, super good from them so far. Slow starts for both of the teams, but what do you expect? I mean, it's 4-4, both of which are going to be taking things on the slow side.
Well, I'm glad we're seeing a pretty even matchup so far. The last match between Dire Wolves and Obsession was a bit one-sided to some extent, and unfortunately didn't get the action that I was hoping for. But here we do see something a little bit more competitive and a bit more even. Oh my gosh, Firelord? Are you? No way. Okay, he gets traded back almost like pretty much immediately from Spacehead. That was a nice pick, but hello? Was that just? That must have been really good intel.
Yeah, there was a drone. There was a yellow ping. You saw it through the wall there. Yep. So Champion, great droning, and Fury ultimately conceding that frag. I mean, biggest fragger off the board here. Unfortunately, the Razor Bloom from BG Man not going to find that kill this time, as opposed to Labyrinth actually knowing to shoot them. So, albeit unfortunate for the Thorn, but still Fury 4 apiece here as everything starts to get opened up by Champion. They do get the main reach control now. They have some pretty good angles into the site. We'll spot the head of a play inside of Attic, but it's actually BG Man getting aggressive onto the breach to find the opening kill there on the master side of things. Labyrinth to go down, and Solodic will at least consolidate onto BG, but at what cost? 1 player gone for 2, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Razor Bloom not picking up a kill there this time. Nor did it do too much, but Labyrinth taking a little bit taking on too many angles for his own good. Did get punished there by BG Man. 1 more kill going down by Spacehead here. Caloric unable to pick up his teammate, unfortunately, and now more members.
Oh,
last one alive. I9 picking up a nice double for himself to close out that round over from the Attic.
Yes, Fury, look, great round from them. Sir Lotic, unfortunately, not able to do enough on the Finker. Did manage to find one, I guess, for some form of compensation for the KD, but at the end of the day, it just was not enough. The Finker LMG couldn't carry that hard, and Fury, they're going to walk away with that round. Take the lead once more in this matchup, but I don't even know if they're going to have it for an extended period so far, Lan. It has been back and forth between these two teams. A bit of a slugfest, if you will. Sort of how the beginning of our first matchup went. Then we saw Direwolves find the stride. This is ultimately where that would happen if it was to for Fury, I'd imagine. And given that Champion are just not letting it up at all, I don't think we see that here. I do not think that is the case whatsoever. But I could be surprised yet. We are still relatively early into the second half here. So Fury are still definitely warming up to the defensive side, I guess, to some degree. But either or, 10th round now, Champion are going to look to equalise. But Fury, I mean, if they can win this, match point, 2 rounds in front of them as well, could be on for a quick closeout here.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Ooh, that was a buzzy camera. Nice couple of angles here. You see that Slotting still on that finger, pushing through. Valuable key operator as we push in. Like you said, both teams are having a bit of a slugfest, and rotating through. Oh, now pushing into tower. Might be able to get that one in, and they do spot a couple of the black guys as they push through. So starting to pick apart at the defenses here, but yet again, I9 for Farlord this time on the Osa, but they are on that same angle down at the bottom of the tower. So similar mirroring that play there as well. And now calling for a little bit of destruction over by Attic.
A bomb has been located.
Yes, things start to open up for Fury. Obviously, this is going to start ringing alarm bells. They're going to have to look to try and get rid of some of this information, or at least some of the control that Champion have, because now they've set up for the post plant. They've got the shields ready to go. The wall is really the only thing that is holding them back here as the hatch starts to be opened up here as well by Labyrinth. I mean, Champion so far have had a great start to this round. Fury not aggressive at all on the top side of things, and without having a player inside of the attic, it's going to make things difficult, but they are going to re-aggress. Like, Collis will find power, and Labyrinth now really the only thing left upstairs in the attic on his lonesome to find kills, and Fury. That's unfortunately for them going to cost them attic, but they do get a pick at least to make up for it.
Still playing it quite at a nice little pace here, but Meeting Hall is a site that we haven't seen played too often in the past. Oh, nice C4 from I9. Picks that one up in confidence. Farlord being taken off. That's one of your better players as well for that roster. No one just yet being taken off from the defense side. Fury, all members relatively healthy and still alive. Looking like they might just be able to take this one out if Champion don't find a couple of opening frags for themselves. A little bit of utility being taken off the board there, but Spacehead now being removed and a couple more being traded back. Leaves Wattmelon all alone, fending for himself in the open. Through Fire and Flames, Icolas finds that last kill with the SMG-11, and there we go, another round going to Fury quite confidently. Smiles of Champions slowly being wiped off their faces.
Yeah, look, reactions regardless here from the player cams, it definitely shows that Fury are a lot more locked in terms of the play style. They are focused, definitely dialed up right now. Champion, I definitely think coming into this they had a little bit of that past Playday hype, but it is slowly wearing off as Fury begin to put more rounds on the board, and Champion are just yet to really find a gap. They had a solid entry in there. I mean, they had attic control, they had the hatch, they had the post plant set up with the OSA shields, and everything was looking good. But then it came down to the execute, and it was just not there for them. I mean, perfect nitro placement from I9, another kill from him with the Vector as well at the end of the round. Upstairs, you know, BG man, it was just all falling apart on multiple fronts for Champion. And Fury will find that match point as we go into what could possibly be the final round of this matchup. And Champion, I mean, 2 rounds is not a lot to ask for if you want OT here, but it is going to be a hell of a blindfold.
You know what? I think Fury going to close this out, bringing it back to my earlier prediction that Fury would take this 7-4. And I know this for a fact because I9 has slowly taken off over the rounds the jewelry, and he is now down to just his shirt. So the guy He's taken off all the weights, and it's like Rock Lee taking off his weights in that fight against Garak. He's ready to go. He's going to absolutely send it this round, and we're going to get that 7-4 scoreline that I saw and predicted. So I hope that he brings my prediction to life, because if anything, I think Fury really deserve it. It's been a real tough fight for them.
Yeah, it has. And given that, you know, their first few play days definitely were not the cleanest at all, we will not sugarcoat it. Fury have not looked very good in the opening of the Operations League. So coming into this week, having a solid showing against a team like Champion, who have pleasantly surprised a lot of the casters and the community, I'd imagine, beating teams like the Direwolves, I think this was definitely going to be a pretty difficult matchup for them regardless, given how they have unfortunately been finding themselves in previous playdays. So, albeit right now, especially losing picks like that, it's a rush on into bunker. I see 4 players through the wall there. Champion, very aggressive take here, but it's great information. We only see 1 on the site from Fury, but there we go. Dark to confirm 1 kill. Parrot will trade back, and Fury now have to retake or at least play for some kills onto the site. Solodic to find I9, and things all fall apart here for Fury. Parrot to take down Spacehead. BG Man, the last alive, will find 1 on Solodic. Not 2 though, as Labyrinth is there. Champion on a rush play into the blue bunker. They don't even need to get into the site. They're just going to clean up the remaining members of Fury and put themselves 1 round closer to finding OT. 6-5. Fury still lead, but OT looms ever closer.
Well, maybe your prediction might come true here, because mine's now out the window. Champion still showing signs of life, and they are definitely fighting for this tooth and nail. Bring it to 5-6, and you know what? The fact they didn't even step in sight blows my mind. That Fury took all those angles, regardless of their position on that defense, and in the stronger control points. They just decided to peek every single point possible, and to their detriment, here we are, 1 more round in the game.
Oh yeah, an extension to some degree for Fury, which, I mean, you start talking about wear and tear and things like that. This has been our longest match for the evening, possibly the longest match of the evening, depending on how this next round goes for Fury. But I mean, on this top floor, they look pretty solid. Obviously, winning out that 1v3, Solodic unfortunately not able to do too much. So provided they can lock it down again like they did in the previous iteration of the top floor, Fury shouldn't have an issue finishing this one here. But so far, Champion have been pulling out these interesting plays. I mean, that rush, definitely not something that was expected by both us and Fury, I'd imagine. But either or, innovation is something that's going to win Champion rounds here. So it's good to see them busting out these pocketbook strats.
So it's following suit, still playing on the outside, feeling quite confident that. But it's kind of funny to see all members of Champion kind of just sitting outside droning 40 seconds into the round. Not unlikely to see in Siege, but for a roster like Champion, it definitely is a bit of a not mean, but it's kind of just funny to see. Still doing some chore work, cleaning out any possible roamers, controlling some of these angles here. Let's look at Power It might be able to make it into the armory, and we see Solodic already being taken off, and that's your thinker. That's a massive loss this early with 2 minutes left in the clock.
Yeah, big kill for Beach. A massive kill, actually, even you could say.
Yeah.
But still, the wall yet to be opened up, unfortunately, because of the mute jammer. There you go. Gone 6 from below will clear that utility and will allow Ledman to open up that wall whenever he so pleases. Impact was used. To no avail, unfortunately, and the wall will still be opened up. But the player actually spots Labyrinth, but loses the gunfight. I9.
How?
An unfortunate loss there for Fury. As Champions start to make their way into games and master here, as they actually do have a good amount of control in the pit too. But BG Man, good to find his second diffuser control now up there, the main beach for Fury. And I mean, Champion have to be careful with their picks. They need to find one here if they want a chance. But Fury got good positions to lock it out.
Beautiful grenade going out. Wattmantle picking up Dark for a nice free kill. Impact nade, impact kill if you could say. But here we go. 2 members left from Fury. 1 member left on Fury.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I guess it's OT then, unless Spacehead can do something pretty insane here, and he's not even going to get one. There you go. We're going to overtime, and Labyrinth
Labyrinth.
absolutely
Let's go.
gassed at the fact that they've made it here, and I don't think that it is something that either of these teams were expecting. I mean, look at how happy everyone from Champion is going into overtime here. They get the defense as well, so Fury back on the attack. This just got a whole lot more interesting because everybody on the casting desk has Fury pegged to win this. But Champion right now, the game arguably of the season for them. So, yes, they beat the Dire Wolves. Yes, they've had some pretty good games elsewhere. But if they can beat Fury, I mean, Fury are on their come up right now. This is their hero arc. So if they can't close it out here,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
the telling for the rest of the season, points-wise, is not going to be looking the best. So this is do or die right now for Fury, if they want to have a chance.
It's a pretty crucial moment for them, as you mentioned before. And you can read it on their faces. They're tense right now. They're nervous. They had that lead. They had it at match point. And it slipped by their hands. 2 rounds in a row, back to back. And Champion, as you can see, aesthetic, in brighter prospects and is in a better mood in general. So will that be enough for them to take over and get this round? It's going to come down to skill in the end, but we'll have to find out as we start into the first round of overtime.
Yes, Fury unfortunately don't get the defense side, given that, well, I mean, they may have even picked attack, you never know, but either way, Fury on the attack, we know how that ended, a 3-3 half, but a 3-3 half trade both ways for both teams, so no one really definitively having that insane start to it. But speaking of insane starts, it will be I9 taking down Firelord. The Jaeger, not a big loss, but still a kill is a kill, especially with Firelord having 9 frags for his team. So Champion losing a bit of a fragger, but albeit not too much in terms of the Jaeger's utility already being placed and forgotten about at the start of the round.
If anything, we have to remember that the Jaeger's... Ooh, that's gone real quick. Jaeger's duty and his role is to really just waste time. But if he gets taken off this early, it's a massive win for the attacking team, as they get to push through with a little bit less resistance on the board. Nice work here from BG Man as he starts to create his absolute masterpiece on this ball. Call him Picasso. And, oh, another RCXD just absolutely removed. They gotta take care of this guy. Doing absolute work here. Oh, and a frag grenade to boot as well.
That could have been bad.
Yeah, luckily for him, he lived through that one. So, Fury might be able to get one good RCXD. And there we go, another value pick. And that's the thing. You just need one. Right? You just need one RCXD to do well. And that's value. Because he took out, what, 4 pieces of utility. And now he's got Labyrinth on his board as well. So, I9 already in a really strong position.
Yeah, deep inside of Attic. This is going to be big for Fury. 2 kills for him in the round. 1 spotted at the top of White. Make it 2. Dark hits the headshot. Both kills go in his favor. I believe maybe even stolen by Lycolis, so I lie. But either way, it is going to be the Maverick to clean things up. Blast frag inside of Attic, and Fury on that attack. Absolutely clinical. I9 with 2. I mean, Dark possibly with 2. I don't know who got the confirmation either way. Showed up as the 417 in the kill feed, so I guess we won't know until we see kills at the end of the game. Regardless, Fury on the defense now, again, with the overtime match point lead in their favor. If they lose this, they go back onto the attack. The question then becomes, can Champion defend? But they have to win this attack first if they want to have any chance whatsoever. Fury going downstairs, we saw them lose it to Champions on the rush play, so whether or not they choose to bring that again, I highly doubt it, given that it was probably more like that Monty play we saw in Club, a one-off. But Fury now, everything comes down to this. This is the telling factor. Can they shut it out here, or do Champion get that one more chance to try and make this game theirs?
That slow-mo replay really highlighting impact. Those 2 frags he got at the real end there. Lining up for him, if anything. Making it almost too easy, to be honest. Fury still doing their chores, of course, getting down all these hatches, making sure that they've got some defense, and possibly even going for a bit of a holdover and meeting. So I like to see something a little bit more three-dimensional, but it's most likely that they're all going to be downstairs. Does look like Dark is going for a little bit of a roam, though. He's nowhere near sight, and it does look like, you know, I9 might even join him over there.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I mean, possibly even BG Man, given that 12 kills. He's having a good game so far. Excuse me. Either way, roamers are roamers at the end of the day. Doesn't matter who's on it. It is time burnt, I think, is the big part for the roamers. But Fury, they're not really dedicating anything to the top floor. It is going to be more of that backstairs lurk, 4 on site type thing, especially after that rush there. Somewhat hesitant maybe even to dedicate bodies off site, given that they had 4 away from the site in the previous iteration, and that, well, we know how that planned out for them. So, good clear so far from Champion, though. Not a lot of time wasted whatsoever getting into that top floor and start to take that control. As Fury have pretty much just given it to them, so you can't really blame them taking that time.
Still a lot left on the clock, yet still a lot to do in terms of clearing out these sites. But Solaric with a forward drone is able to confidently push through, pick up some of these camps, make sure he's got his corners checked.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Being hot droned in always does help, of course, especially if you are a Finka with a very dangerous LMG. Fire Lord with the sledge, of course, pushing right into Laundry, quite confident in this position right now. Might just be able to get a little bit more off, but unfortunately not able to use that Finka adrenal boost just yet. Labyrinth waiting for the right moment to drop in for a hot take, perhaps.
Possibly. I mean, we've got the info coming out. We've got the utility starting to be burned. Fury preparing for the worst. We do hear the reinforcement possibly of Bloom currently going on inside of the bomb site as utility starts to be relayed. But here we go. The Candelas have come into full effect here now as the push, I'd imagine, is about to begin as we started off. I'll kick things off. BG goes down. That's a kill. Here for Champion. Smoke to burn. Wattmelon will be traded out by I9 though. So a good kill back. In terms of compensation for Fury, 45 seconds, not a lot of time left to work with. 4 versus 4 here. Some Toxic Babes too here for Lycolis as well. Some good utility, but I9 on the flank. This could be huge. If you can get into main lobby or even towards Z and find one, this would be big. Possibly called out. We see the player in main lobby, but not paying attention. I9 is going to be good for the first. He is going to get away with his life as well. Labyrinth not there for the trade, but it's 2 kills for Firelord. I9 dropping in from behind, takes down Solonica 2 versus 2. It close on the left side, though. It is going to be Spacehead in the 1 versus 2. Hasn't killed the first. D50 in hand. Can he get the kill? What? Firelord for 3. No, make it an ace. A timeout from Fury only being called now. Champions hold on. And Fury are going to have to play one more. A tactical timeout now. I mean, that should have been used ages ago, let's be completely honest, but going into the attack side, that was not around for Fury to lose. But they did. Champion. Way to close it out. An ace. I didn't even realize an ace for Firelord. And tactical timeouts called. Fury. I don't want to say it just yet, but this could possibly be another big bag fumble in the Operations League.
It might be the biggest fumble we've seen in the last 3 weeks so far, considering the lead they had, the confidence they had so far, and then just dropping it to an ace by Firelord. Wow. When he rolled through and when I9 dropped from the hatch and he got the kill, I was like, all right, that's it. Fury got this, you know, like I9's on a roll. He's picked up the necessary frags. He's got the impact kills. No, Firelord just cleaned house, and he just switched on. And this is not the only time this match he's performed. We've seen we saw him as the Wamai clutch it up with that triple kill and defuse. Coming in with this out of the blue ace is insane. And just to back up what you said, this tactical timeout is way over. This is like the most desperate position you could use a tactical timeout. Whereas they could have maybe used that as soon as they lost their lead and it went into overtime, when it was about to go into overtime. You know, maybe one round out.
Yeah.
That would have been the ideal situation.
I would have hit that at 6-5 if I was Fury.
Oh,
I would have seen you lose that one round and boom, tack timeout. What's going on? Let's clean it up and lock it out here. But no, not the call apparently whatsoever. Tactical timeout has ended, so we are in at the final round. We get the full overtime regulation gameplay here. All 15 rounds land, and this is where it ends. It doesn't matter what happens. One of these teams is walking away with a victory, the other a loss in the next 3 minutes. And depending on who it is obviously a big point of everyone's percentages tonight in terms of the guess vetoes. The Fury do, everyone's going to be happy in the guesses, but if Champion do, every single one of us got it wrong here. And I guess pleasantly surprised will be the words that we choose at the end of this matchup. So Champion on the defense is a huge buff for them going into the final round here, because Fury have struggled a little bit with it previously.
I mean, after this, I might even start putting Champion, win or loss, into my predictions. Because just from the performances they put on here today, I've not only been pleasantly surprised, I've also been impressed in some aspects. I didn't expect some of these players to perform as well as they did. We all knew that Solodic was the man of mystery himself, James Bond, but Firelord has really surprised me overall and has come and shown up in so many circumstances and so many instances where I suppose if no one else did, he was going to have to. I9 now coming through with the Osa, trying to push through with the rest of his team as they take on that very classic position on the bottom stairs with the Osa shield. And just to reiterate, this is a massive match for both teams. But if anything, I'm pretty pleased to know that we got the most competitive match out of both teams here so far today.
Indeed we did. Indeed we did. It's going to have to be backstairs contestment here, Dark, with that nade to try and clear out some of maybe the barbed wire along the lines of Fury just going for the stock standard take that we've seen from them previously. I9 getting that shield down will be cleared out instantly, though, on deck from Champion Impacts. And Fury, this is not the losses you want to be taking.
No real death so far, but yeah, more impact nades and more health being lost. I9 is not exactly in the healthiest position. Like Colos now with the Candelas, might see a bit more of an aggressive Ying come through. Gonna burn that one out. Puts it down right by Tsuruya Gates. I9 picking up a nice kill finally on the sliver of health as well, mind you. Barely survived through that, but that was Firelord. That is their ace in the pocket, and he's now off the board. Yeah, man. 14, dude.
That is huge. Pick Fury to find the final 45, about to elapse. A 4 versus 5 Fury. Hold the advantage, but it's going to come down to the execute, whether or not they can pull this off. They still don't have blue control. They still have players by the bottom of tower to make this difficult. And it's going to have to come down to the pinch here. They have some players set up to ready for this take. I9 to lead down the back stairs here, but does he spot the punch hole? Possibly not. Candelas to follow from Lycolis now as well to clear out this back position, and it's all into the site. Candelas start to erupt as the drop comes into Ebox. Walks in. First kills there. 2 for Champion. Make it 3. Parrot to pick that up. Labyrinth for the last, and Fury, ladies and gentlemen, have committed the biggest bag fumble we have seen so far in the Operations League. Champion time and time again. 2 overtime wins against 2 of the giants of the Operations League. Walk away with an 8-7 victory, and Fury have got to be absolutely livid with that loss.
Champion are leaving dark horses. And very surprising. Looking at that scoreline as well, we didn't get a real good look at that scoreline, but man, Firelord with 14 frags, absolutely insane. Look at this guy, power it. Oh, they're all living for it. Wattmelon chilling, but hey, good to see that team is just in good spirits, and they deserve it, man. That was a very closely fought match, and I mean, those last 2 games, those 2 rounds were a definite sign that they deserved that win over Fury, if anything.
as I said at the start, Fury have just not had the best season whatsoever so far, unfortunately. And there is no polite way to put it. They have not looked great at all. I mean, coming out of the 0-7 APAC South season into the current season of both South and the Ops League, they've just not been having a good time, unfortunately. They have had moments where they show they're a very capable roster. They're a very strong roster. But I don't know what's going wrong for them. I mean, Champion, a qualifier team. They didn't auto-qualify. They had to qualify. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, they might even be the 3rd or 2nd place qualifying team. But speaking of really strong things, giveaway time. Hashtag Fight for Glory. Free credits. You can't go wrong with that. 600. Maybe some of the new team skins in the shop. PC only, don't forget. But still, follow the channel, drop the hashtag, see if you walk away with some credits. But yeah, look, Fury, it's unfortunate. This was a telltale game for them. And if they lost this one, then, you know, going forward, it definitely wasn't looking good for them. And I stick with that. Going forward into the next few play days, I mean, losing to Elevate, losing in the previous week, losing this week, it is going to compound for them in the placement side of things. Top 4, it's getting further and further out of reach.
They are slipping, and they're losing to not only the big names but also the new names as well. So as you said, it's not looking great for them so far. We can only imagine that they are going to improve over the next few weeks, but it's going to be a slippery slope for them. I mean, it's going to be a steep slope, and it's going to be very hard for them to get a grip on it. Maybe we'll see them in a better light in the next couple of games, but we'll have to find out if, you know, our next match between Strape and Gaming Gladiators is going to be anywhere near as competitive or as tightly fought. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break for more Rainbow Six here in Operation League.
You know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door. She at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I can't let you go, there's no way. I'm already so, still burning. So hold to me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning. To take my chances, to take my time. To keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting, the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes. 'cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall. I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, wishing. You're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
That's the sound of a diffuser being planted, and it gets denied. Wow, phenomenal stopping that one. No, it doesn't get denied. It gets right through.
Ooh.
And attackers win. Harambe picking up the last 2 kills. Cleans that one out.
Joe will find a kill on the flank, though, at least. Some form of consolidation from the stairs as well. Hoven with 2 big kills. Joe to find a second as well. Gaiman enter back with an end round.
All that Farlord just tucked in. Does he know? No, he doesn't. Jackie.
To sort of just look to lock this one out in their positions. Oh no.
Oh no. Farlord, he's going to be gifted another one. Pushes up, finds Souffle. Can he find a third for his troubles? Almost loses his life there. Being aggressed on from meeting, and Harambe wants to try his hand at it. He's going to rotate himself around. Leverance finds ED. What a headshot! My God, Farlord. He wants to make a play with it. He has it primed and ready. Tolji and Hoven both four. Make that Joe for a third. It's on to Rix. Tricky Decky to do it, but no. Songdi keeps the fragging momentum rolling. This is what he's made a name for himself. There against Ray. The jump in. Oh my lord. Absolutely obliterated. 2 for 8. He's embracing the monkey. Finds 3. He's all coming apart here in the 7th. 3 kills for 8. 1 for Rex. A 4th for 8 as well.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back. What a last match we had in between those two teams. Just going absolutely inch by inch, nail, tooth and nail. Coming into this matchup, though, this next matchup between Astrape and Gaming Gladiators is not looking so competitive, Proto. Looking at that leaderboard, it's I don't know how to say this, man. It's not looking good for Astrape.
To put it politely, I definitely think Gaming Gladiators coming into this are the stronger of the 2 teams, given previous playdays. I mean, I believe they are 3 for 4 victories so far. So coming into playday number 5, I don't think there's going to be any real surprise that this is going to be a one-sided match. Gaming, given that they have that APAC South experience, you know, they're a very well-rounded team. They have been putting up massive performances. I mean, they had an 8-5 victory. Sorry, no, an 8-6 victory against Elevate with a 5-round-in-a-row comeback in playday number 2. Coming into playday number 4, they also won their game against Northern Forces 7-3. So they've had dominant performances, but they've also had performances against those big names, very similar to our last matchup, Champion. While albeit Champion don't have the APAC South experience, so coming into this, you know, Straight being that third place qualifying team, Gaiman are definitely looking good, I think, to make this one their own.
Yeah, it's quite confident for them to be rolling through with the Strape. Interesting. I'm hoping to see a Strape actually pull in a couple of rounds, though. Their round differential is not looking really great so far, and hopefully they can actually pull in a couple of points here. But well, we can only hope that they improve over time, and we'd actually surprise us in some respect in some of these moments. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Champion. I mean, they are that dark horse team, proving themselves week after week now against these big names. So you never know, maybe a Strape has found a spark since the last Playday to come on through and deal some damage, because, I mean, we look back to their score, they lost 7-3 to Obsession. That was in Playday 4. So coming into Playday 5, obviously Obsession losing 7-4 to Direwolves as the first match of the evening. Maybe sort of speaks an indicator as to maybe what we should be expecting if they're getting 7-4'd by Direwolves and then a Strape is getting 7-4'd by Obsession. I mean, it does speak sort of some degree to the level that these teams are on. But going into this matchup, Gaiman with the experience, with their current score and where they sit on the leaderboard round difference as well, I mean, they are looking absolutely amazing to walk away with this in relatively quick fashion, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Bolivian has not had the best time so far, but you know, his teammates as well have been doing their best to keep it together. They have had some decent moments. Pig G has been standing out in some respect, and so has Young Alpha. But overall, what we do see that as Strape are missing is a little bit of coordination and initiative. They're always kind of on the back foot, and they're always kind of losing their footing. And hopefully we see them come through and actually take control and take the reins for once. Gaming Gladiators, of course, much more confident with their roster, their lineup, and just as we mentioned time and time again, their history in the game so far.
Well, I mean, you look at some of the names. I mean, Joe previously from Invictus Gaming. Names like that on a roster like this, APAC South Prominence, they're very, very scary, but especially now when we go forward onto a map like Chalet as well. It is a map that we have seen already in the tournament so far. So no surprise that we see it here again. It has sort of made its way into one of those top picks. Obviously not the current Triptych meta, but definitely has its somewhat own slot in there. Heavily attacker-sided, so depending on who starts on the attacker side, obviously we'll have the benefit of the doubt. But going into Chalet, I mean, what are we expecting? A Strape obviously coming into this, not the favourite of the two, but if they get attacked, do you think we maybe see something land?
I doubt it. In all honesty, I feel like Gaming Gladiators have a stronghold on almost every side. Maybe they could win a couple of rounds, but I honestly think that their overall attacking side is not going to look too great.
Yeah, well, I guess we will find out momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, as we get on into Chalet in a short moment. But as the teams get psyched up, a Strape, so far, unfortunately, not the luckiest of starts for them. I believe actually yet to maybe even find a win. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Lan, but I don't think they've actually managed to win any of their games so far.
Nope.
So I say this very loosely. Possibility of their first dub tonight against Gaming Gladiators, albeit a possibility that I highly doubt, given that they have unfortunately not had the greatest of seasons so far in the Ops League. Gaiman definitely locked in, ready to go. Jerseys, I believe the first time we've actually seen the Gaming Gladiators jerseys coming into play here. So +5 aim buff, that makes them even more dangerous on game day.
They're definitely going to be able to pull it in, and you know, Rick's saying his prayers now before the game starts. But you know, if we look at the Strape's upcoming matches, they've got a match against Elevate next, and boy, I mean, they've got a steep hill to climb. That's all I'm gonna say. But their first ban is gonna be Thatcher, taking that off the board. That's some pretty simple utility and quite a common ban as we have seen over the last few weeks.
Yeah, look, Thatcher is one that needs to necessarily be taken off majority of the time. His utility is just so good. He is, I believe, actually in the stages of a rework right now, but at the moment, still as prominent as he is, he will be taken off. Very similarly, Flores as well. as we saw his prominence on Oregon. I know I keep saying that, but he is a very potent operator on maps that are very shield heavy. So maps like this, Chalet, Oregon, even Clubhouse to some degree, he's very strong. No surprise he is banned out. Now the question will be, Cade to go, yes, but does Azami follow suit? Leave up Valk and Mira. They obviously have 3 big bans to choose from. A straight big choice here, especially given that they start on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. On a map like this, can only... Ooh, Valkyrie. Okay, that's, I mean, quite an expected ban, to be honest. Valkyrie does excel in a map as vertical and, you know, as intricate as Chalet. A lot of hiding spots for those black eyes and allows them to just pick up a lot of information, especially if you're going to be peeking outside and trying to stop anyone getting close to the building at all. Valkyrie does excel on a map like this, but that does allow for Azami to be picked up here. But instead, we will be seeing the Wamai, Aruni, and Melusi. You might see it on the 6th pick, but right now, that is our starting roster for that defense over for a Strape.
Yes, and we already mentioned, obviously, at the start of this that Chalet tends to be, statistically speaking, a very attacker-sided map. So, Gaming Gladiators starting off on the defense, a straight, getting to choose the map, but ultimately that then gives Gaiman the choice of the side that they would like, and it's no real surprise that we've seen them pick attack here on a map like Chalet. So I believe actually might be the first time, or one of the first times, that we've seen Chalet in the Ops League here. Second time, sorry, should I say, for the Ops League. So not a map that has technically a lot of VOD reviewability, I guess we could say. Teams maybe not have done as much homework on that as, compared to the Oregon, the Clubhouse, the Villa, which we have seen a multitude of times. So this is going to come down to homework, I think, for a straight peer if they want to have any chance of winning this. But Gaiman, already aggressive off the bat, king pick in hand.
Yeah, statistically as well, Chalet is a map that has a 50% win rate for both attack and defense. So it's really the best opportunity a Strape are going to get moving into the next few matches and over the next few weeks as well to be able to pull up any points whatsoever. Pig now holding down the library, trying to hold in an angle. He's got quite a long range there. He is able to do that as the Aruni, but the rest of the team now just spread across and just waiting for the right moments. Hermosa already pushing through, homing in. He's got a hot drone giving him a lot of information. A couple of pings going down, and they do see that. Will he be able to collect the hit? No! Young Alpha takes that one for himself, and that stops the sledge right in his tracks. That's a lot of utility off the board really early.
Yeah, big kill for a Strape there. Young Alpha arguably walking away at the better end of that trade. Some good information for Gaming, but ultimately the shot's not there. Maybe a little bit rusty. They are the 3rd game of the night, so very possible that they are still warming up to the whole idea, I guess, of playing a competitive Rainbow Six game. But the burn now to come, they will be able to shoot a couple of these with Y discs as Tolji prepares the Candelas to use as burning tools, which I kind of rate, if I'm being completely honest. But at the same time, it does seem like somewhat of a waste, given that the Ying can be used elsewhere to a lot much more effect, albeit the burn comes out, shield still stands at the top of blue.
Yeah, gets taken down as we said. Caster Curse is strong tonight, Proto. Super strong. Every time we make a call, proven wrong immediately. But in saying that, going back to your point about the Candelas and the Ying, I mean, Hayabushi gets taken out there from a Strape, but just to finish my point, I think, honestly, I have not seen the Ying played to full effect so far. The Candelas have been used for distraction, a little bit of utility burn, but never actually using her own passive ability to see through her Candelas at all.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen too much effect of that. We saw a little bit of it on Oregon, but not too much of it here so far. 30 seconds left. Strape on the defensive 4 versus 4. Definitely doable. They have some good crossfires. Hoven here, though, locking down the shoe hallway. It's going to make things a lot better here for Gaming on its execute. 1 Candela left for Tolji, so this might be where we finally get to see the Ying use her ability properly. Heads will be spotted. Joe to find the opener onto this execute. Takes down Phenomenal on the smoke, and things open up. Here we go. Seeing through the flashbangs into the site, straight through the stock. Headshot there to connect Pathology. Will find the player on the blue stairs as well. Pig, however, will down one, but it doesn't matter. No kills there for trades for a straight game, and collapse onto the site. clean things up really, really well. A little bit of a rocky start, but coming into the end of it, definitely got in gear and finished out that round strong.
Very confident, executed very well. Aside from the first opening kill on that attacker, the sledge, pretty well calculated. What can I say? They counted their ducks, made sure they had all the angles covered, and they executed quite well. Finally, of course, as I say, that I haven't seen the Ying used well at all, performed to impeccable design. Just be actually using her passive for once, and you know, there we go. Pretty much a free kill for them as they pushed through, collected that, and started it off quite well. Gaming Gladiators have that first round in their pocket, and I can only see this going their way if they keep it up and they actually execute as meticulously as they have so far.
Indeed. But here we go. Update from our scoreboards. Currently in first is Direwolves. Just slightly off topic. I apologize.
Oh, no.
But Direwolves sitting in first, and it's genuinely surprising given the two overtime losses that they've had. It definitely sort of shows that, I don't know, in the first few weeks they look like they were a little bit down, but given that they've had some ups, I guess, in the few weeks and the round difference is pretty good. There we go, sitting in first, albeit back to the game. Straight and Gaming Gladiators, Hoven will be on the Glaz this round, which is something we have actually seen from Gaming before. It's something they like to bring.
And Operator we don't see too often, but always welcome here. Depends where he's going to play, of course, but on a map like Chalet, that's quite long, has very long angles, and has a lot of verticality to it as well. We might even see a couple of cheeky frag grenade kills. Hayabushi first off the board for that defense again. Attackers are just doing their job and clearing out these roamers, and that's I mean, he's doing all right. Wasted a couple of seconds, but unfortunately, still 2 minutes left on the clock. A lot of wiggle room for the attackers to play with.
Yeah, plenty of room. Especially finding that opening kill. I mean, unfortunately for Hayabushi, the opener 2 rounds in a row, not the greatest of starts to his game, but either way, Gaiman making short work of this top floor hold. Main wall already opened up after the round, and they are going to be able to clear out the debt pack there as well from the Goyo. So getting that burn out early is going to allow them to get that bomb down when they do want to go for it, which makes things a lot easier. A straight now, though, need at least 1 kill. And there we go. They're going to find it. Young Alpha takes down Hermosa. Some form of consolidation.
With the Glaz being able to look through the smoke quite clearly. Should be able to do a little bit of work there. Taking out the Banshee. Clears, makes it a little bit easier for them to hold that position. But a lot of mitigation and a lot of area denial coming out here with the smoke, the Vulcan. Gaming Gladiators being held back for quite a bit, but they still have 1 minute left on the clock, and on that defense, they don't have any more Toxic Babes, they don't have any more Vulcans, Saruya gates are all down. It is all about pushing in these last few seconds and clearing it as much. I feel like stacking the Toxic Babes along with the Vulcans was a little bit too
excessive.
Yeah, too much investment early in the round. They could have just used this Toxic Babes in this last few seconds here, and they could have taken this round for themselves, but no, they're pushing in now.
There you go. Bomb goes down to the off angle, and it will actually be off. 2 kills for Gaiman, and 1 will come for a straight, but it might be too late. Bulletproof is there to provide some information in this post plan. Good positions here from Gaiman to lock down this side. I mean, it is going to have to be a pretty phenomenal effort from Pig G and Young Alpha here if they want to walk away with it. We'll get the down to Joe. Some damage dealt, but look at the health bars. Both players from Restraint, an inch from death. Flashbangs as well, furthering that. Told you to find the kill. And he may get both, actually, as he swings on back into the breach. Pig G goes down as well, and Gaiman so far on Chalet have just looked absolutely deadly in these executes. A straight just cannot seem to find any footing whatsoever.
A lot of over-investment in some of these places and in some of these positions. So, as I mentioned before, saw a lot of utility being put down a little bit too early and a little bit too hasty. Is it nerves on a strape? I would assume so, just because they're going up against Seed 4. of this ladder here. But if anything, I mean, they're going up. Everyone on this ladder is going to outperform them, or we're expecting them to be outperforming Astrape so far. They're doing their best, and I think we can see that there's some semblance of keeping it together. But Hayabushi needs to last longer than 30 seconds in order for them to actually have anywhere near an edge or a chance to take any of these rounds. It is still early into the game, though. Only 2 rounds have passed, and surely they should be able to find some kind of wiggle room here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely has the ability for Astrape to make something happen. It is only 2 rounds in, and I mean we've seen a game in previous iterations of competitive R6 sort of rounds. I mean, on Oregon we saw it against, I believe it was Elevate, where the first few rounds they definitely weren't necessarily paying attention, I guess we could say. And then ultimately they sort of just turned the burners on. But it definitely looks like tonight that they are just playing that hyper-aggressive, sort of hyper-information intensive style of Siege that we see from them week in, week out. And it is working for them absolute wonders. And yeah, straight, it is just sort of turning into issue after issue. I mean, opening picks, etc., etc. It's just not going in their favor.
A little bit of Jordan coming up for Gaming Gladiators as they push through. Notices one Melusi hiding in a corner by the bar. Might just be able to find her, and a couple of members now just homing in. And we can see all these angles, just holding all the exits and potentially waiting for her rotation, but might have to force that. Joe, now with the Gemini clone, does notice she's rotating out, calls it, and Hoven picks that one up onto Young Alpha. So with the Melusi off the board, that's a little bit more time bought, but unfortunately that's just really good roam clear coming out from Gaming Gladiators, performed to a T. If anything, Astrape needed a little bit more communication to pull in and give that Melusi a little bit more support.
Yeah, support a big issue, but with frags like this, I mean, Tolji taking down Bolivian, another kill forfeit here for Astrape, 2 lost on the top floor, and only half the round left. Well, I say only. That is so much time, and it is so quick to be finding 3 frags as Tolji now finds his second on the top floor. For Gaiman, it is just I've said it, it's clinical. They have just been executing these rounds to a T. Getting in, the drone information is arguably perfect. They have the crossfires set up. They have everything that they need to lock these players down. I mean, even the verticality now starting to happen as they push down the solar stairs. The quick peek from Oven. He's going to get 1. Unfortunately, not the second. Phenomenal, though, with the shotgun. Finds 2. Could be on for more as players start to funnel down the stairs. Indeed, he will for 3. Can he find any more? Rotates back on through the verticals there. Told you for his 3rd as well. Gaiman, a couple of kills forfeit there. But, I mean, even though Astrape are losing, I mean, look, smiles on their faces, they're all having fun, and you can't really blame him. I mean, Phenomenal probably confused as to how he walked away with 3 there, but Gaiman, they're locked in, they're getting these rounds locked out, but Astrape, they're having fun with it, and you cannot really blame them. I mean, it's experience at the end of the day. Even if they finish bottom of the leaderboard, even if they don't have the best of games, they are playing against these APAC South teams, they're playing against these Tier 2, T1 competitive teams, and they are learning. They are becoming better with each week, or at least you would hope. You would hope that they are becoming better with each week, taking their notes, learning their lessons. Albeit, at the end of the day, have fun. And it's good to see them doing that.
Absolutely, and it's all of this experience, as you mentioned, is just going to add up and compound to the overall scene's, I suppose, competitive nature. It's going to allow everyone in the scene to grow, and it's going to help everyone in Southeast Asia to not only see higher tier competition, it's going to allow this competition to allow maybe even our highest seeded players improve. Because if they don't get competition, if they don't have better players in this region, then they'll never get better. And every time they go overseas and go compete at SI or Worlds, it's always going to be harder for them because they don't have anyone at home to provide them that same level of competitive edge. And so this is exactly what we need, and it's a matter of time till we see Southeast Asia really flourish, but we are seeing that already generally across the scene. So it's been a couple of years in the making, hasn't it?
I mean, just professional talent development over multiple seasons is always good, but either way, so far in this matchup, speaking about the game, that's what we're here to do. Gaiman are, I believe the word we should probably be using is dominating. 3 rounds completely unanswered, with Hoven finding the first pick of the opener 3 rounds in a row. The game in here, a straight. You got to stop feeding my man these kills, because he's taken them 3 out of 3 times.
Yeah, and 2 out of 3 times it's been Young Alpha now. Hayabushi still alive this time around, but scoreline isn't any better, unfortunately. Bolivian is also not doing well, but holding down that site at the top of stairs as best as he can. He is under so much pressure right now as all 4 members are pushing onto him. He's got the magnets up. Hoven picks up another kill into Hayabushi, and it does look like now the Candela's coming off and pushing him off site in addition to that. And yeah, there we go, finally picking up that kill with a frag grenade. 3 members of Strape down.
Gaiman just absolutely tearing apart this roam upstairs, and 4 players now gone off this top floor, looking to make it a flawless. Phenomenal. The only thing that stands between them and a flawless round, a good flick, but Hoven is there for his 3rd. A flawless round for Gaiman Gladiators in the 4th. And it is just absolute torment. A Strape have got no chance, or at least that's how it seems from what we are seeing in the casting booth here. They are just not getting any breathing room whatsoever. Gaiman Gladiators are there at every turn to collect these frags, and it just becomes more and more difficult for a Strape to consolidate this lead and turn it into something that they can work with, because they're already staring down the barrel of a 4-2 at best. Imagine Gaiman take it to a 5-1, 6-0, God forbid 7-0, but I mean, you hoped that there were rounds for them at the start of this game land, but Gaiman are not looking like they want to give up off the gas
Not at all.
any point right now.
Yeah, like I said, I just don't know if a Strape have it in them to pick up these rounds. They're definitely learning, having fun, putting up fight in some cases. We saw Phenomenal, as we say, with that triple kill, but that's not enough to take these wins. It's not a frag focused game. It is a objective focused game. Teamwork's important, but we're not seeing a lot of that. I feel like in that last round, that last kill onto Phenomenal really came down to the fact that their own setup was to their own detriment.
5 seconds remaining.
He did not use that wall properly. Unfortunately, took an angle where he was naturally at a disadvantage because they opened up that footing, and he just exposed himself there. So unfortunately, don't see a lot of experience in knowing or being aware of their own surroundings or how they can manipulate their own setup to best defend themselves in some of these situations. Sure, he wasn't in exactly the best position to begin with, but that's all part of playing the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. But at the end of the day, speaking of this game, a great nade and a great kill. Hayabushi, again, the first that and this time the hands of Joe, not Hoven, but it is Hoven there to find the second. So I mean, he's still on the board here at the early stages of this game, and a Strape once more just compounding losses for them. Cannot find any type
Have located a bomb.
of footing here to make the play. I mean, Carly from Joe. I mean, what a pick! Like, who picks Carly?
Nobody
in the
these days,
current
man.
competitive meta. Nobody, right?
Yeah.
So to see the Carly on the board for Gaiman maybe hints at a little bit of memes going on. Hermosa to find that kill
Oh
as
my
well,
gosh.
spraying down on the Young Alpha, and Phenomenal taken out by
Don't
Hoven,
tell
jumping
me.
in the bathroom window. Pig G, the Nitro, a last hope it seems, but the drop on down and the trade denies the flawless back-to-back, but Hoven's going to find that kill. He's hungry for them. Gaiman, another round, and it keeps getting worse for a Strape. 5-0 now with no real hope in sight.
And the smiles wiped off their faces. Strape are not looking chipper about that last one, as was the bullying starting to set in, and it's starting to really affect their mood. But you can see that Gaiman Gladiators they are living for this right now. They are having the best time of their life. 5-0, almost at a flawless. In style, by the way. I'm not sure if you noticed, but that guy, the Ashe, drop shotted that hatch. And unfortunately, they didn't get the flawless, but hey, it's just very interesting. And Joe going back to the Kali again, by the way.
Wow. I mean, you can tell. I mean, it's very standard at Gaming Gladiators. We saw it in like week 1, week 2, and they'd play a couple rounds really seriously. They'd dominate, and then from there onwards, it would just be rush with Ashe, play Carling. You know, the memes would start to take over. I don't even know if you could call them memes, but like they definitely turn it into having fun as opposed to sweating, I guess we could say, or whatever terminology for trying very hard that you'd like to use personally.
Oh, absolutely.
So, you know, for a straight, it doesn't make their lives any easier at all. The strategy not working for them anytime they have played this site, yet they still just keep going back to what they understand as basics, and it just is not working whatsoever.
And this is where, you know, having a pocket pick with your strategies really comes into play, and having a very diverse playbook really contributes to being able to throw the enemy off. But if a Strape think this is basics, imagine what Gaming Gladiators think this is, you know, or any other team in the ladder right now. For most other teams playing on this site over and over again, it doesn't provide them variety. If anything, if you're playing it so rigidly, it allows the attackers, or at least, you know, Gaming Gladiators in this situation, to be able to just pick it apart. But Aruni, or, you know, Aruni or Melusi has been in that spot defending that room round and round again. And that has not changed. They have been defending this room every single round without fail. That doesn't matter where their site has been. They're just so stuck on defending that point.
Yeah, it's all starting to sort of fall apart a little bit though. As Soldier makes it in. Doesn't unfortunately get a kill, will have to jump out. Joe to trade on the Bolivian there though. So this time it actually is a Strafe to find the opening kill, but some trades back and forth make things interesting. Gaming now in a 3 versus 3. The first time that the Strafe have actually looked like they might be able to make a dent in what's happening so far. But through the floor, the Kali not finding the one shot down there onto the 2 speed, which is interesting. But
okay,
I mean that's gonna leave a relatively easy cleanup job as I say that. Pig G, 2 kills for him, massive for a Strafe. This might actually be the first round that they find here in this matchup, provided Rix can't get this kill right now. He will be spotted and indeed fragged out. Pig G with 3 and a Strafe. I mean, it might be too late, but they find their first round.
At least it's not going to end up a 7-0. I mean, 7-1 is still pretty bad, but at least it's not a 7-0, which is completely shameful. And saying that, Pig Chi, like, despite me berating him for holding that point, and, you know, Strafe in general, just, like, defending that room and stock just almost pointlessly for the last few rounds, has somehow made that point an absolute, like, fortress. The guy survived so many rounds. I'm surprised he didn't get like a quad from that. But he definitely somehow made it work. I will say that.
Yeah, definitely did. I don't know how, but it worked. Someone was looking down for him. Yeah, how he survived that Kali shot, I will never know, and I don't think it'll ever be explainable by science. So you take that as it is, I guess, at the end of the day. But either or, Gaming, a comfortable lead, I think we can say. I mean, 5-1 at the end of the day. A Straight is going to have a lot of work to do to bring this one back, but you can see the very stark difference already on the defense setups. We've got Azami, we've got Castle, we have Oryx. Interestingly enough.
Yes.
So, I mean, already we see such a different lineup on defense.
My
and this
gosh.
is the run out we saw in the last Playday. Hoven doesn't find 2 this time. but he still finds one. And there you go, Gaiman already showing us why this map is one of their best.
And in saying that, he's already rotated. Not even
Yep,
horizontally,
gone.
but instead vertically through a hatch. And we don't see that very often. He's very vulnerable when he does that. But you know what? They don't have any competition right now to contest his rotation. So, not only did they start off probably the most aggressive way possible, but Gaming Gladiators are setting a tone for the rest of this round. And it's
That was Nomad as well. I
Yeah.
just realized that.
huge loss. No air jabs. No air jabs.
My.
Yeah.
On top of that, too, Formosa now finding a kill on a Big G. But aside from that, we look at the previous play day, which is actually something I think we should probably highlight because last week we saw this map from GG, 7-3 versus Northern Forces, and we saw the exact same run out. So had Astrape done their homework, they would maybe have been expecting that, maybe could have done to look to play for that free kill, but no. Maybe no homework was done, and it's interesting as to why Astrape let this through. But either or, Gaiman right now looking great. They're 3 kills away from ending this round.
And a minute 30 seconds spent defending study. Oh, sorry, library. And if anything, attacking library to no success, by the way. Still trying to pick at it. Rotating now, dropping down, and still getting picked off on more runouts from Gaming Gladiators. Left with one member, Young Alpha. Takes 1 kill, but, you know, still loses that round. And round 7 goes to Gaming Gladiators quite
He's
confidently.
just proning in the corner, man.
Oh,
Like,
dude.
there is zero information being relayed in the Astrape camp right now. There is nothing going back and forth between these players. The tactical timeouts called by Alphabet. I mean, you can see, like, Astrape are just so bewildered by what is happening. I mean, we look at the scoreboard. Hoven has 13 kills. I mean, and you look at the rest of the people on his team. I mean, 7 kills, 8 kills, but the rest, like, there is just, it is nothing similar to what is being brought by now from Hoven. I mean, his entries are impeccable, but here we go. Astrape to call their tactical timeout, arguably something that needed to happen. I don't think it's going to do too much, but still good to get morale back up, I guess, for the last couple rounds, albeit Gaiman, I think we got it right. We stuck with our guts, and this is looking like it's going to be a quick closeout.
Young Alpha giving a couple of inspirational words to the rest of the team as their smiles start to fade as over the time that we saw those webcams there. But here we see that, you know, Gaming Gladiators in their new uniforms are just living for it right now.
We did say team jerseys +5 AM.
Oh, there we go. I mean, you should have said +5 runouts because honestly,
that too. That
last round was wild. I did not expect the second run out to come through, and I was like, oh, they did one. Oh no, they're gonna do another. Okay, cool. And going down to this bottom floor here, you know, maybe we'll see another one. You never know. Run out from library.
I rate the wall open there from Tolji. I like the strap.
Hey, you know what?
Spray and pray.
It actually makes it really hard for anyone to try to get through.
It does. It does,
makes it
especially if you're a
so
Maverick.
challenging.
As the odd ranked enjoyer myself, I can attest. You trying to Maverick a wall like that is not fun whatsoever. But Gaiman obviously know this. They've set up for this. They have pretty much the triptych that every team does not want to come up against. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, and you've got the Wamai. And essentially Tachanka, which is just now the better smoke, right? Hoven's just jumped out again and found another kill, and so's Hermosa. So that tactical timeout that Astrape just took, throw that in the bin. Thermite and Sledge are both dead, and the round is basically over unless Pig G, Hayabushi, and Young Alpha can do something insane. So,
well, you know they've got
good.
a Finka, an Ash, and a
Yana.
and a Yana, so they're pretty much gonna either like hot drone the clone, and then if
they
she
get close to the
survives,
building.
yeah, if they can get in the building, and if they can even like get close to each other, mind you, the best they could probably do is, you know, hot drone with the Gemini clone, and then just send it, but not if you're like that close to it. Hayabushi risking it for the biscuit right now, has the Azami holding that point. Unfortunately, now being chased down to all hell. All angles are unsafe for this man, as Hayabushi gets absolutely decimated at the bottom, the top, and the center of those stairs. And it's all down to Young Alpha, who also gets deleted as he picks the wrong angle to push through. Rix finds that headshot, and now Pig G left all alone, surrounded by all sides like the rest of his teammates as well. And it's sad. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, he does get one. No more, though, as Joe swings on out. And there you go, Gaming Gladiators in our most decisive match of the evening, 7-1. Could have quite easily been a 7-0, but I guess it doesn't really matter. A win is a win at the end of the day, and that was pretty much just a seed match for Gaimin. Nothing really too special, I'd imagine, from, coming out of the strat book there. It definitely seemed like it was more of a, I don't know, ping and swing meta a little bit from Gaimin. Either or. Insane game. Hoven with 15 to finish things off. 3.0 KD at the end of that matchup for him, and it highlights it. Gaimin are dangerous. APAC South experience. We said at the start. We did the breakdown. It is no real surprise that is the scoreline whatsoever.
And they fully deserve that, if anything. Strape, I hope they took something away from this. I hope they learned something, but at least they looked like they had fun. Yeah, there's nothing much else to say other than that it was an absolutely dominating match. Very, very one-sided, and I suppose we're going on to our last game of the day after this. Elevate versus Northern Forces. But don't forget, every round we are finding winners for this giveaway. Put in your hashtag #FightForGlory every round. We find a winner in chat. Look out for the admin. They will be pinging you. They will be adding you. And you will be finding yourself a couple of free Rainbow Six credits there. But of course, make sure you're following the channel before you do that. Or you might not win a chance. You might not stand a chance at all. PC only, of course.
Either or. A great match, number 3, to round out the second half of the evening, I guess we could say. But GG, I mean, that was just, as you said, the only word really to describe that match is pure dominance.
Carnage.
Yeah, there was just there was nothing from a straight. There was the one round of hope, the light at the end of the tunnel, I guess, but it was a very short tunnel and a very small amount of light because GG were there to very quickly put a lid on that idea and walk away with it in a very brisk manner. I mean, 7-1 is it's good for the round diff, it's good for the points, so you take those, I guess, where they come. But either or, going into match number 3, I am very, very excited, Lan. I am very excited to see what happens. Sorry, match number 4, rather. To finish things off, Elevate versus Northern Forces is going to be, I reckon, a pretty decent match for the end of the night.
Yep, both teams looking like they're going to give us a pretty decent competition to have a look over, and I'm hoping we see Elevate take that one away. A lot of those players are very storied, if anything. They've been around for a very long time, a lot of history. Northern Forces have a couple of star players as well. Yiga, Song D, Bin Xuan, all very, very good players as well. Their overall performance in the ladder so far is pretty decent. They've got like 2 wins, and sitting on a positive round differential. So if anything, we're going to look to see some pretty interesting games tonight. But we'll be back after the short break. Don't go anywhere for our last game of the day. Stay tuned. Don't touch that tab, and we'll see you guys soon.
People needed me, diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave, I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. But here I come, push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name Now let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. and they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job, and we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service, and we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
That's the sound of a diffuser being planted, and it gets denied. Wow, phenomenal stopping that. No, it doesn't get denied. It gets right through. And attackers win. Harambe picking up the last 2 kills. Cleans that one out.
Joe will find a kill on the flank, though, at least. Some form of consolidation from the stairs as well. Hoven with 2 big kills. Joe to find a second as well. Gaiman enter back with an end round.
All that Farlord just tucked in. Does he have? Does he know? No, he doesn't. Jackie.
To sort of just look to lock this one out in their positions. Oh no.
Oh no. Farlord, he's going to be gifted another one. Pushes up, finds Souffle. Can he find a third for his troubles? Almost loses his life there. Being aggressed on from meeting, and Harambe wants to try his hand at it. He's going to rotate himself around. Leverance finds ED. What a headshot! My God, Farlord. He wants to make a play with it. He has it primed and ready. Tolji and Hoven both ball. Make that Joe for a third. It's on to Rex. Tricky Decky to do it, but no. Songdi keeps the fragging momentum rolling. This is what he's made a name for himself. There against Ray. The jump in. Oh my Lord. Absolutely obliterated. 2 for 8. He's embracing the monkey. Finds 3. He's all coming apart here in the 7th. 3 kills for 8. 1 for Rex. A 4th for 8 as well.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And welcome back. We are here for our last match of the day. It has been a roller coaster of performances, ranging from some of the most dominating games to some of the most even matchups we've seen all league so far. And we've got another, what we assume to be a pretty close game coming up between Elevate and Northern Forces. Proto, how are you feeling about this last one, man?
I think we're still going to be staying down the barrel of 7-5, 7-4. At the end of the day, very possible we maybe see some OT, albeit, you know, Elevate's OT performances maybe not necessarily the best. They did win the first one against Direwolves, but not the second against Gaiman. So coming into this, I definitely think Elevate are going to be coming out on the lead, maybe 7-5, but I think Northern Forces definitely have the ability to maybe surprise us in terms of the score.
Yeah, there definitely is a possibility for that to come through this time around. They're pretty close to where Elevate are sitting right now on that scoreboard and that leaderboard, but I can only expect them to surprise us in some sense. Song D, one of the players on that roster, is a pretty proficient fragger as well. But Elevate as a roster are very storied. They have been around for a very long time. They have been under many different names in the past, but we all know who these guys are, and it's only gonna be, I suppose, what you would expect out of a roster like Elevate. So hopefully that stays true to its word, and you know, we just see a very clean game coming from Elevate, but Northern Forces may put up a decent fight.
Yeah, Northern have had a pretty decent run so far. I mean, 7-4 played at number 1. Bin Bin with 18 kills in that matchup. Then you go forward, played a 3. You know, an okay performance from them, but other than that, they have been a very on-off roster. They have their moments. They obviously they have their do's and their don'ts. It's the same as every roster. I mean, we saw it for Fury, the iteration of I9. Without I9, they don't play the best. But, you know, you add in players like that, you make those changes. Coming into tonight, Elevate, they've obviously had the roster shuffle after losing Napier. And then, you know, they picked up a pretty decent couple of fill-ins, or well, I say fill-ins, obviously now main roster. But coming forward into tonight, I mean, we look at the numbers, they speak for themselves. Almost 3 players on 40 kills alone. Just highlights Elevate, tier 1 level team, no doubt about it.
Yeah, very frag focused as well. And as you can see, a lot of their operators of choice are all attackers. So we can only expect aggressive plays coming out from these guys. A little bit of flexibility, but overall we're looking at a very entry-focused roster here. But of course, Northern Forces, a little bit different. More defenders, if anything, if not all of them defenders. Very bipolar kind of sense coming from this roster. A couple of 40 frags here. We've got Song D, as I mentioned, a top-tier fragger, and Bin Bin. Look at that pose. These poses are just getting more creative as we see them come through. And I'm loving it. A little bit of life here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, definitely. But albeit, I mean, we look to go forward here into this matchup, and as we've already said, I think Elevate definitely have the ability to walk away with this game, provided they don't perform any 6-3 fumbles like we have seen so far in the Operations League from a few teams, including this evening from Fury as well. But we go to an interesting match to close it out. Thankfully, we don't get to see the Oregon Clubhouse League. We do get to see a border thrown into the mix at the end, something a little bit off meta, but I think something that is starting to see a bit more of a recurring pick rate, if we have to be completely honest, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise in some sense, and as you said, a little bit off meta, but I think it's a map we're still all very familiar with, and we can understand I mean, like, how it's gonna be played. It really depends, but I suppose it was off meta because it became so structured. It became so vanilla that teams on attack or defense would kind of just be able to close out the rounds if they met certain conditions. And if they met those certain conditions, it just became too easy for them. And I suppose that's the community and the communal mastery over that map. If anything, maybe Border needs a little bit of a refresher. Maybe some of these new operators being introduced as the seasons roll by might change the way the map gets played. And maybe that's one contributing factor. Maybe Osa, along with Sense, might make this a very different game for them. And you know, like we saw in the trailer, Sense rappelling in from the roof with the gadget, blocking out a lot of line of sight. That might happen here because there is actually a roof that the skylight they can actually rappel from, where they can actually deny a lot of vision. If anything, I think this is one of the few maps that I think Sense actually might be able to come through and really shine in some sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, you think main armory breach plant, you know, you roll the Sens wall down through there, you lock off all of Africa, lockers, small office peaks, you can plant close left on the breach as long as half wall's clear type things. So, you know, Sens could be big on this map, but Thatcher to go first, you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
Standard.
For Northern Forces starting on the defense. On the other attacking band, I mean, maybe we see the Finker go, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't really think Elevate are going to look to ban too much out of the ordinary here. As I say that, though, they're probably going to ban... No, there we go. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, Elevate. Yeah, Zami, Cade, maybe for the last two. Mirror, Valk? Like, Valk would have to go, surely.
Valkyrie on this map is a bit too meta to not ban, but we will see how it goes. Kate, there we go. This kind of makes sense. A lot of hatches on this site, on a lot of the sites as well, and a lot of just general utility, being able to play from a distance and to be able to electrify in some points. So no surprise that Kaid has gone off there, but Azami finally getting banned on the last map of the game, of the night as well. Finally getting taken off there. But hey, now that we're moving on forward into round 1, this does mean that a lot of other defending operators are going to be seen play here today. So Sense, Mira, Aruni, of course, quite meta, but Kapkan. Hey, I always love to see a Kapkan get picked up in these games.
Sense on defense.
Yeah,
didn't know that happened, but I guess I get a new buff. Maybe I missed that one.
No, I meant in general. In general, Sense being picked up.
Either or. But yes, we could see those operators come out. Obviously, Mira Valk to make it through the veto does open up a lot of avenues in terms of strategy for both teams. Obviously, some maybe castle extensions towards Office and stuff like that. Fountain holds of Mira used to be pretty much the meta back in the OG days of Border, but since the facelift, since the rework, the refresher, I guess we could call it, this map has seen a little bit of a switch in terms of the meta of it. Obviously, a lot of the map is relatively the same. We have had the slight armory rework in terms of a couple of the floors being changed, and then some of the workshop, bathroom addition with the east stairs as well. So some minor changes that make it a little bit more competitively minded, and I think that is genuinely reflected in the playstyle. I mean, we see, as you said, it has become a lot more structured. It opens up a lot more ability for heavy strategy reliance. And for Northern Forces, we already see a pretty hectic strategy coming out. A lot of interesting rotate setups, but relatively, I would argue, the meta setup right now is what we're seeing from them without any real variation.
And that's expected. We were predicting and foreseeing quite vanilla plays coming through here. RCXD now rolling through, going down the hall, taking off a lot of utility there, and even opening up a little bit of a hole on the floor. So good work from Mark to be able to just get a lot of bang for buck immediately off the board, and with a lot of time to spare on top of that, and a couple more RCXDs in his pocket. So a lot of work still left to do for the French demolitionist.
Yes, Flores being allowed on through with the Thatcher ban is, I mean, maybe not as potent as on a map like Oregon, but definitely still very useful. And it is no real surprise that we do see him employed here by Elevate, given that attacking is where you want to get the rounds down. So they've got the lineup to do it. They just need to now do it. Vertical nades as well here for Onigiri. Could go very wrong if he mistimes it, but he's not going to. Obviously, being as cracked as he is. Can't blame him.
Oh.
But Elevate, a little bit of a slow start, but they're playing for control. And they have a lot of that. So coming to the execute, things are going to be hopefully looking a bit easier for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elevate actually made it to the very top of the leaderboard just because of the experience they've got. But so far, they are, like you say, playing for control, and they're just picking off all the necessary chores before they actually execute. They've still got 1 minute and 11 seconds left on that clock, a lot of room to play with, and still a lot of utility to destroy. Another RCXD goes off, but there's still one left. Looking at the board, they've got about like 3 drones left in their pocket, so a lot of utility they can still draw from, information they can draw from the existing positions. But now we see Toxic Babes come out, and it's about time Northern Forces start to, you know, chip away at some of this attack and start buying themselves a little bit more time. If they lose, they find, of course, one opening kill onto Onigiri.
It's not going to be too much though, as the diffuser now goes down. Bin Bin from below could deny through the floor, but the kills unfortunately already got. Mr. Punch is deep, the flank is good into CC. Ray for 2, Mr. Punch does find 1, but it's now the post plant inside of the site. 1 is down, Mr. Punch confirm onto Ray, so 2 versus 2 now. If they can get the res onto Bin Bin would be huge, but with them all opened up, a great swing, one-tap trade from both sides. Mr. Punch confirms, but now he has the angle onto the diffuser from inside of security. Juan does seem to know some sort of information as to where this player is, but he's going to have to play for the tap. Mr. Punch can't quite find the angle. Will swing on out, but the shot's not there. Juan will connect with a headshot. Northern Forces round number 1 in the bag off a great flank from Ray. Elevate, just not able to close it out.
Saving the round by about 3 seconds left on the clock. Very well timed. Great way to defend that. Northern Forces starting off strong, so great to see the signs of life over there on defense. Attack, I think, went pretty smooth, but the nice flank coming in from Ray C really changed the flow of that round, where we saw all the Candelas go through. The opening kill came out. I mean, Onigiri being taken off pretty much immediately, unfortunate, but as soon as the Candelas went down, it did look like, you know, Elevate were ready to just bullets right into Armory, but Gracie stopped that, put them in their place, and really turned that around for them. So great play by them. Hope to see it as a repeat again. We'll have to see how that rolls out though.
Yeah, look, Elevate had everything that they needed for that execute, and it was executed really well. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, with that flank coming out and Bin Bin finding the kill downstairs on Onigiri, it opened up a lot of avenues for Northern to just sort of walk on in and pick a lot of kills up. I mean, losing that player downstairs on that flank watch just opened the door for a lot to happen. But albeit Northern, a bit of a change in the roam, obviously upstairs extensions, but the castle this time from Ray, paired with the Aruni from Song D. Northern look to further their lead just that little bit further. Elevate look to consolidate losses, but still only round 1. Well, round 2, Norris, sorry, should we say, but Sai relatively open up here and could maybe even see Elevate make a quick play.
Yeah, perhaps. 1 RCXD for, I believe, what was a Banshee. Nice little trade, but ooh, another opening kill on Onigiri, but this time with a C4. Bin Bin opening that one up for Northern Forces does make it a little bit easier to defend, as they don't have to worry so much about that vertical play. Well, a little bit less. They still have Sapper.
Yeah, they do still have some soft breach for the verticality with the suppressed red dot C8. An interesting combo there from Sapper with the laser as well, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So I rate the pick. I do rate the setup, but
personal flavor, man.
Whether or not it's very useful is a different question. Albeit this player inside a bathroom might choose to rear his head, possibly.
He's got a laser sight on that too. It's amazing.
He does, yeah. It's a great setup, but at the same time, it's gross. Now DCH has made it into supply with a player on his right. Could definitely be on for a kill here, but the information not quite there for Elevate right now. I do not know There is that player tucked into the right side. Ray just holding on to his position and going largely unknown for the time being. DCH has no clue that he's tucked.
AC sitting tight right now. I get caught here. Ooh. Does not win that trade. Two-pronged attack from both sides. Songdi picks one up. Schwan gets traded off. And it does look like now it's a 3 versus 2 situation in favor of Elevate.
As it comes down to the final 50 seconds, I mean, we do hear that suppressed C8 starting to go to town, but the information is there for Northern. Songdi does have some yellow pings as to the whereabouts of Sapper at current situation, but look at that, the drone in the drone hole, providing information on Songdi as well. It's a two-way streak from the hatch. Mr. Punch to close things out. Flashbang's there to help. All up to Yi now on site. He's got the smoke. One toxic canister, the SMG-11 not going to find the head. The bars there, DCH protecting him. Unfortunately there for the smoke, it's not going to connect, but there you go, Elevate. They will find some form of compensation. Take that round for themselves. On to the third, one apiece.
Elevate performing a little bit better there, of course. Very strong presence. Very tuned to how they were going to execute that and picking off the members of Northern Forces one by one. Definitely the right move, despite losing Onigiri 2 rounds in a row so early, of course. But in saying that, it is testament, of course, to how effective they are as a team and that they can still perform. One man down. Can they keep that up, though? Because this time around, he's playing Zafia, and that's a very valuable pick early on to the rounds. He cannot afford to be taken off so early anymore.
Yeah, look, losing those early picks, Elevate. They managed to turn it around. I mean, they lost that opening kill to the Nitro from Bin Bin, but it still ultimately panned out in their favor.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I mean, it didn't really turn out to be too much of a loss, I guess. But in saying that, Elevate, making the best of the bad situation, are going to have some form now of leeway, I guess, to start making plays. I mean, one round apiece is definitely not the best. They could be 2 rounds up, but either or, Northern Forces were going to be a difficult team to go up against because they are just genuinely a good roster. Like, they are scary. So Elevate, I think, are going to have their work cut out for them, maybe more than we had initially anticipated.
Schwan coming back on with a cap can is going to be very interesting to see, of course. Great to see the Russian operator getting a little bit more play, of course. A little bit more meta these days. But, as usual, LMGs all around on that attack. And now Sapper as well, getting to work on that soft wall over that information. So, sorry, tellers.
Tellers is a big point of contention for Elevate, especially vents as well. I mean, getting into vents, getting into supply, and just locking off these rotates is going to be big for them. But another point that they're going to require for this take is upstairs. We do see a couple of those players up there. Bin Bin holding down inside a workshop right now. He's got some players to support, both Ray and Juan downstairs with him here. But this position, we saw it in the last round, proved to be a little bit difficult to clear out for Elevate. And now with half the round gone and all the drones being used, I mean, look at this. The Valkyrie camera just providing so much information. And Sapper just has no clue that he's currently on drone. The Nitro, and unfortunately, not going to connect, but...
Ooh, doesn't pop it immediately. Preps that.
I was going to say,
waits for it. And maybe a little bit of foresight coming in from Northern Forces, expecting a rotation and maybe calling that out. Probably a lot to do with those black eyes and a lot of the cameras still up and ready up top as well. Swan trying to take a fight here, does rotate off that, not willing to continue that one, but DCH gets downed and confirmed by Songdi. Maybe taking one out. No, Elevate taking up 2 more members of Northern Forces. Ooh,
oh my.
That was
Kills
quick.
back and forth. All the way down to a 2 versus 2. Songdi and Bin Bin left for Northern. But look at the Z pings available for both sides. Obviously, having the Valkyrie makes things a whole lot more interesting. But Mark and Sapper, Two very capable fraggers left alive here, but there you go, through the wall. The information is turning into so much of a lead here. Mark will spot the head of one, but unfortunately not going to be able to find the kill, and the shots will come out from Song D, but there you go, the bomb's starting to be planted now. Bin Bin going to have to opt for the rotate. This is going to be an interesting spot for Mark to find himself in. He has to take 2 fights, but there you go, from behind Song D.
Clean.
To finish things off. Northern Forces, another round on the board. Elevate just can't quite find these trades.
Disable the bomb diffuser. Defenders win.
It's moments like this you really wish they brought in the IQ, but of course we haven't seen IQ all this entire time, so unfortunately that's, I suppose, the best way to counter all the intelligence that Northern Forces have. And they won that based on the information. As you mentioned time and time again, they just knew exactly where the enemy was, and they prepped C4 for some of them as well. Albeit the fact they didn't get to use it, but the foresight they had to be able to use it in such a manner showed the kind of confidence they had with that round as well, knowing exactly how they wanted to play it out, and to be able to be as flexible as they were with changing their playstyle and their positioning to react, to elevate, were, to be fair, blind the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looked like Elevate were a little bit behind in terms of their information gathering. The Valkyrie for Northern, that round at least, just highlights why she is so strong. They had pretty much all the information that they needed to make that their round, and they did perfectly off the information, did exactly that. So Elevate now, either you start bringing the IQ or you start looking for these Valkyrie cameras, because if I'm being completely honest, they aren't exactly in the hardest places. Or, well, I say the hardest places. They aren't exactly in the most sneaky places. They are definitely in places that are hard to see. That's why you bring the IQ, because obviously what IQ does. But I do want to highlight that Northern are sort of bringing those off meta, I guess we could say, Valkyrie cameras. I mean, you usually see people throw them top east in the scaffolding, top main in the scaffolding, up in the roof in armory, but these are just on lights that are impossible to see.
I mean, that's part of her strength, you know, like you can put the black eye in like the most obvious places and it's still a decent decision. And sometimes you see them in like the most obvious places, but people don't think to look there at all, because it's like, why would you put one there? And hey, voila, it's there. So saying that is probably the most expensive RCXD. But there you go. Selma charges are out on that wall and starting to get to work on a little bit of that cafeteria. And a late reinforcement. Always keep some in your pocket, guys. Never know when you're gonna need it.
Exactly. Always have the pocket Rio. It's even like a small strat, I guess you could say, to some degree, but
Risky,
either or.
but
Well, yeah, risky, but sometimes pays off, and we see it paying off here, I guess, to some degree for Northern Forces right now. Elevate on the attack. Not having the best time, but as they start to slowly make their way in, gain that control that they've been fighting so hard for, we could see them go for this execute again momentarily, provided they clear a little bit more out here.
oh,
Great
there you go.
kill.
Free kill. See you later, Bin Bin.
Oh,
Another one.
DCH.
Another
what a shot.
Oh,
Yee to go down as well.
that's massive.
I mean, Elevate. That's huge. Those are the 2 kills you want. Especially being the smoke as well. Onigiri now for another nade from below. Songdi somehow surviving. But here you go, the E1D to come out. Drones as well now to follow. They're going to be able to find the last 2 players on the side. I'd imagine that Juan, Songdi are not long for this world. There you go, DCH for another kill. Make it 3, Onigiri for 2. And in that round, the duo cleaning things up. Find themselves another round of the attack to equalize once more.
AKM performing to a strong degree there. Easy kill considering how low they were after that last trade. But an even scoreline. Round 5. Exactly what we kind of anticipated coming into this game. They're not too far off from each other in terms of scoreline. This kind of, you know, this reflects that. But our pick is still Elevate to be able to take this away and just lead off with it into a win. As the rounds roll by though, Proto, I'm starting to think that maybe Northern Forces have a pretty strong hold on this defense. Can they end this over the next 3 rounds and take or 2 rounds and take this into a 4-2 scoreline?
They could. They really could. I mean, if Elevate can find some kills, it could definitely be their 4-2. But if Northern Forces can sort of lock down these defenses like we saw in the first couple rounds, then 100%. As we said, though, like this is going to be, I think, a lot more even than we possibly initially would have guessed coming into the matchup, because Northern have been doing really, really well in these openers, just shutting Elevate down. They've got the information, they're playing for the early contact, they've got, you know, they have everything to deal damage early, and Elevate are not dealing with it in the most efficient manner, if at all. So, good to see Northern sort of, I guess, playing on that crutch a little bit.
Yeah, DCH has been performing impeccably though. 6-2, best scoreline on that roster so far. And Ana Flores, sure, the AR-33 isn't exactly the best gun and main weapon, but he is doing so well with it and providing so much value as well. Wow, Schwan barely surviving that frag grenade and barely making it out as well. Sapper with a nice trade back onto Song D for yet again another early death onto Onigiri.
Yeah, especially being the Nomad, that doesn't really help at all. But I guess they trade back 1 kill. Utility-wise, it's not a great trade, taking out the Rooney for that Nomad. But
yeah,
I mean, as you said, they've had some great success with the other utility being bought, that being the Flores. Literally everything else, the Ace, Sledge with the nades. I mean, even Sapper on the line has been doing great with the utility elsewhere to stop those rotates as much as they can. So Elevate have been doing really, really well. It's just Northern Forces seem to be that slight step ahead. Sapper will find another on Dejuan here, though, as he takes a considerable amount of damage outside of the archive side. But I mean, Elevate looking good for this execute now.
There you go. The EE1D gets popped, and while all members on that defense are locked into place for a couple of seconds, Elevate find a little bit more wiggle room to find some good footing. Mark picks up another kill and puts down the Northern Forces roster to 2 members only versus a 3-man roster here for Elevate. But one last EE1D goes off in the last 50 seconds, and Elevate have found that diffuser.
Yes, just have to start getting in for the plant. Sapper creeping in. The archives here, spots the back of Bin Bin, will find that kill, a triple for him, but Yi there for the trade, make it 2. The SMG doing huge things right now inside of Fountain, has the off-angle smokes available to play with. Beautiful. 2 flashbangs to force him out. What a great play. DCH walking through perfectly from Yi. Northern Forces, a 1 versus 3 that he arguably should not have been winning. But with the SMG in hand, he gets the job done. Elevate. Big mistakes, but again, we've seen that multiple occasions, multiple teams tonight. The 1vx's just keep getting fumbled.
They do. And mind you, they walked through smoke for that kill and they still lost. Great play by Yi to be able to just control, pick off those kills, and to be able to just pace himself. You know, he wasn't too panicked. He definitely managed his time, and he found very concise kills. It wasn't messy. It was very clean. Every kill was just a pick, and he just snapped his fingers, and then they were dead. So it definitely lined up all for him, and definitely did allow him to play smoke as best as he could to a T. Even that last Toxic Babe going down was like perfectly spaced, perfectly timed, and it was just the fact that, you know, the last member from Elevate decided to walk right through it, unfortunately.
I mean, placement in all regards there, not only smoke placement, but just positioning. I mean, choosing to go to the off angle inside of Fountain, then automatically rotating after hearing the footsteps through. You know, that is great sight play. Just interchangeability throughout the rotates, just running around. and knowing that you can have that fluidity of movement throughout the two bomb sites just makes it so much easier, and really well done by Yi. I mean, ultimately 3 massive kills to give Northern a good footing to possibly find a 4-2 half. Elevate obviously looking to make it a 3-3 in the best case, but either or circumstances, both teams looking for that sort of advantage going into the second half. Just keep in mind, Elevate go to the defense. So far, based on how this has panned out, I mean, this is looking like a defender-sided map at the moment for Northern.
Yeah, they're definitely in that advantage right now, and they're definitely playing it quite well. Elevate have had some good moments here, but on this last round or for round 6 before the swap over, Northern, just based on that last performance, might just be able to pull this one off and just take this with a 4-2 advantage. So Songdi now stuck in bathrooms, holding his own. Schwan in the middle of the halls, just chilling. Overall, a slower paced round. You know, Elevate, they don't want this to end up 2 rounds in a deficit. They definitely want to be leaving with a even scoreline, but it doesn't work out like that when DZH gets picked off the board so quickly.
To a punch hole.
Oh, man.
I mean, something you maybe would have expected in Year 2 Siege, but with Onigiri on the suppressor again, with the Ash on the G3, we'll be able to at least find a kill on the Bin Bin. The E1D paired here from Sapper has made it actually all the way into server, and there you go. We'll find the opening kill, and maybe looking for more here. He's going to get the second on Zhuan, not the third though. Songdi will be there to shut that down. They have the information on the plant. The verticality being held by Onigiri is going to make this difficult. Ray trying to aggress into the site to deny the diffuser, but the bomb is already planted. Does take a lot of damage, but here we go. The post plant now. The Nitro from Ray tries to find a kill. No, actually doesn't go off just yet. Waiting for information possibly, but it's going to be an interesting post plant. They're going to have to go for this defuse. There you go. Onigiri above to lock it down.
Oh, unfortunately, he gets taken out there. Last couple of seconds left on that clock. Racy has to rotate up north. 1 member down below and will be collected as such. 3-3 on that swap over. Elevate saved themselves from an uphill climb.
Well done. That's all I have to say. I mean, that was a solid half from both teams and really good displays on both ends of the board. But ultimately, I think it definitely shows that Northern are quite comfortable in the situation, and you do have to rate that. They are putting in big work here against Elevate. Coming forward from that, obviously Elevate now go onto the defense side at the end of the half in their first round now on defense, and this will be where it sort of starts to show, I guess, as opposed to how is this going to pan out. Northern Forces going to the attack. So far, it has been a very 50-50 map, as evident in the score for the evening so far. So whether or not we see Elevate take it from here on out in a dominant fashion, or whether or not Northern Forces turn it around and make it their own, or the vice versa, obviously, we could see it just be a complete 50-50 continuation throughout the half as well. At this point, I couldn't even tell you what I'm expecting land, because the first half was just so back and forth.
10 seconds to go.
I'm with you in that. Honestly, I was going to say that this is some of the more competitive and methodical Siege that we've seen all night. A lot of the other games were just, I don't know, in some sense, a little bit haphazard. But here we're seeing some pretty calculated Siege. And on a map like Border, like as we mentioned before, wasn't expected to be picked. It's pretty surprising, and honestly a pleasant surprise. Border has been picked like once before this, you know, as opposed to something like Oregon that's been picked 6 times up till today. It's nice to see how it's rolled in, and that both teams are playing calculated, slow, and utility-focused Siege. You know, we're seeing a lot of prep C4. We don't see that very often.
No, we don't. Which, I mean, prep nitros have had a bit of a fall off, obviously with Valkyrie being banned all the time, and you know, not having the information necessarily readily available for those pre-placed nitros. Having Something like that always makes it a little bit spicy, but the information is there for Northern and Elevate. Unfortunately, up on the vault angles, they're going to have to fall off. So no cheeky kill for DCH, but I mean, Northern might actually be setting up for somewhat of a rush here. We've got two players sort of just chilling on East, waiting for the possibility that they can send it into the site here. So we'll have to see how it unfolds. But right now, North, you're just sort of setting up for something, I guess. That's all we can really say. It is so interesting to see how they're going to go for this.
Yeah, Zhuan finally makes it up to the door over by Archives, and he's setting up now, waiting for the right opportunity. Diffuser is going down. He's going to be able to get that through. Smoke goes off. One defending member. Oh, but he's got backup.
Oh my gosh, it all starts to happen. Zhuan with two side of the site bomb going down as well. Mark is going to get one with the ACS-12 at the bottom of main. Does find Ray, but a 2 versus 2. We saw it in the last round. Can they make it happen here this time? Swinging out through the wall, trying to open up an angle. Saber from behind the shield. What a shot from Sapper. Takes down Zhuan, but there you go. The long angle Yi. All he has to do now is deny. Has the shield to play from. Cares for the jump out. Sapper to confirm. Will break the shield as well to allow for a possibility on a defuse. But there you go from the safety of behind the wall. He's going to be able to stick it here. Yi's going to have to get up close and find this kill. And indeed he will from North. So close for Sapper. But Elevate just on time. A couple of seconds. Maybe even point something seconds. It was so close. But Northern on that post plant. Solid.
Yeah, it was a good play by Northern Forces and how they attacked and how they planted that down. I actually didn't expect it to go off so quickly as soon as the Oso actually reached that door. Putting the shield down and then getting that plant off almost immediately was a very smart play. Sapper with the jump over and the vault over to pick up that kill onto the defending member behind the shield. Fantastic, but of course backup on backup. Everyone was on site, and I feel like maybe Elevate just as I was unprepared for such an aggressive plant. And that happened swiftly. Like, we saw the two members, we saw Yiga and Zhuan hanging on Rappel, like, outside the balcony there, right? And out of nowhere, they're planting. Crazy.
Yeah, and there wasn't anything available for Elevate to deny. I mean, they didn't have the nitro holes opened up in the top of the wall. I don't actually even think we saw a smoke, or at least the smoke that we did see was just wiped off the board. And that was a solid plant. I mean, the strategy from Northern there was just impeccable. So Elevate maybe taking some notes at the end of that round, but albeit a solid execute. Almost a good retake from Elevate. So close to getting that defuse, but this is where we see some changes now. Sapper on the pulse. It's going to provide so much info and maybe even a kill here, provided they can act on it.
Especially if you're playing at a vertical site such as Tellers, pulse is absolutely key, and we see him played quite a lot in these situations where he's able to actually provide a lot of information that most other defenders can't, and he's like kind of in person and providing all that information himself. That allows him to not only just react himself, as opposed to droning, checking cameras, and being a little bit more vulnerable there. He's still in control of his positioning while he's gathering this information. So, makes him a little bit more volatile, a little bit more of a threat. In saying that, his positioning right now is set up so that he can deny anyone up at the front. But most of the operators coming through on this attack are rolling parallel to his position, and he's going to have to rotate quickly in order to react to that.
Even with the nitro in hand, does sort of open the ability for solo fragging, I guess, but with Ray opening things up with a kill like that, I believe we may even have an observer bug here. But with Ray finding a kill, albeit the start for Northern Forces is a good one. Finding DCH definitely makes things a little bit easier. Take that 1.5 off the board, and as they slowly start to pinch downstairs onto the position of the pulse, now largely known to them, this is probably going to be a relatively easy kill here to find. Just a quick pre-fire. There you go. Zhuan cleans things up, and Elevate things start to fall apart from them on this bottom floor a little bit here.
Yeah, Onigiri isn't exactly in the best health. 3 members left on that defending team for Elevate. and already struggling with some of these drones. It doesn't look good so far, but you know that DMR does work and can bring some miracles around. Oh, there we go. Just as I say it.
Yeah, look, it's it could have been the 2v5, the 3v5 even, but they do still have upstairs positions to hold on to the bathroom site. So I mean, there's a slight possibility that maybe Mr. Punch can find something here on the angle, but I'd imagine it will be largely expected. And with pre-fires like that, giving your position away does not make life any easier. The drone now to confirm as well. Mark will be able to find one, but traded out very quickly by Bin Bin, who's actually on the window behind him somehow for the whole round. Mr. Punch does take down Ray, spotted on the drop, can't quite connect with the headshot onto Song D, is getting shot in the back as well by Zofia, and Northern Forces actually could be looking to upset the choices once more, provided that Elevate don't do something very serious very quickly, because they are very, very slowly but surely putting more rounds on the board and furthering their lead from Elevate right now.
And upset for the night. All casters on predictions expected Elevate to take this one away quite confidently. Here we go. Northern Forces 5-3 after the swap over, and we're now seeing similar operators being picked on both sides, but very different performances. Insane. So it's good to see that there's a lot of competition on the table for the rest of Southeast Asia, especially for veteran players like Elevate. It's gonna, which, you know, puts down the expectation that they're gonna improve their game as much as we're gonna expect all these other new players to come in and actually try to keep up. And saying that, Northern Forces coming in from, I believe, Taiwan, is definitely looking like one of the more surprising rosters coming through. Maybe even more surprising than Gaming Gladiators for me.
Okay. Interesting take. We'll allow it, but an interesting take nonetheless.
Hot takes all night, man.
Yeah, look, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, if Champions weren't so far down on the leaderboard, I would say that Champions would probably be the dark horse pick for me in the tournament. But look, Northern Forces are definitely one of the rosters that I would agree with you. They're definitely up there in terms of how they've been playing in recent play days. So wouldn't really be surprised if they even maybe find themselves combating one of those top 4 spots, or even in one of those top 4 spots, provided the time comes. But in saying that, they do still have to win a lot of the games that they have in front of them. This is one of them right now, in a good position to do so. 5-3 Elevate, trailing by 2, which, I mean, we start to see Elevate find themselves in these positions, but Sapper finding a kill like that doesn't necessarily mean anything for them just yet, but a kill to start the round is a good kill to find.
It's a nice change, considering that Song D has been performing pretty well for his team, and even KD right now. But in saying that, still, you know, he finds those kills when he really needs to. It's a lot of impact fragging there, but fragging on the board as well. Does not find one, but had a pretty, I suppose the information provided was pretty accurate. It's unfortunately not connecting.
Yeah, look, the kill onto Song D, definitely still huge for Elevate at the start of this round, and albeit for Northern. Now losing a second player, Ray to go down, Sledge to fall. Twitch and Sledge, two big operators in the lineup that are required, I would argue, for this attack. But a great shot from Yi. Consolidates some losses. DCH goes down. A minute left in play. On a Geary, though. We'll find Yi for the trade. So 2 versus 4. Elevate lead. Schwan and Bin Bin. Not a lot left, but Bin Bin, what a shot. The LMGE putting in work. 50 seconds left. Not a lot of time.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, moving into sight here, Archive seems to look fairly clear, but still a kill box, a double kill going on for Onigiri, picking up the head of Schwan, and only to be cleared out by Punch as they end the round in style, bringing the scoreline closer yet again, with only now a 1-round difference in between Elevate and Northern Forces. Northern Forces still, of course, leading that one away, 1 round up, but it's not over just yet. And we're still not exactly at match point, so just inches away from another overtime match. And you know, I kind of hope that we don't get to that point, I do want Elevate to just take this for the next 3 rounds, just absolutely send it. But you don't always get what you want, you know?
Still a tall feat at the end of the day for both teams to confirm this in regulation, I think. If this goes to deciders, which I'd imagine it may, we could definitely be seeing on an 8-6, 8-7 game again tonight. But so far, it has been genuinely pleasing to watch. I mean, some of the shots right now, absolutely insane. I mean, Yi, Bin Bin, it's just... It highlights the level that these players are all at. Not even just mechanically speaking, strategically, positionally. It is just... It's a masterclass from both sides right now on Border. And keep in mind as well that this is one of the newer maps to make it into the competitive rotation, given its recent rework and re-addition into the competitive pool. I mean, it has not been around for that long, if we're being completely honest. Almost, I think, a month now. So teams have had some good time, but it is not similar in regards to when you look at a map like Oregon, like Clubhouse, that has had years of extensive competitive play. So it's interesting to see how these teams are sort of panning out on these maps at the moment.
I'm glad we're seeing a little bit of variety, of course. Sticking to the same old Border in Oregon might have been a bit too vanilla for us, but we got a little bit of flavor coming through. Bin now trying to trade in and trying to get a little bit of utility down for the defending team, taking out some of those vanilla cams, getting those barricades down. But 1 minute outside the site, Northern Forces still not inside, ready to plant. So sure, they've got a lot of time left on your hands, 2 minutes, but they're not even close to entering the building at this point. Schwan very far away from that door as well, so taking their time to pick away at this intel.
I was going to say, if they're ready, they're in the building ready to plant a minute in, they're doing something right. But I love it. Still 5 alive, 5 for Northern 2. But this fuse on the board from Ray is going to make things interesting. Obviously now taking control into CC Mark, looking directly to try and combat that to some degree. Will spot the head of one player walking onto the rafters side, but unfortunately shot's not connecting. So Bin does live to see another day, but it is Ray. It's going to start opening things up with the hard breach charges, as well as opening things up, I'd imagine, with the fuse charges too, to start pushing these players back. But I mean, we look at the time left, only 1 minute 15 as the fuse charges start to come out now, and the information's there on the Black Eye, just uncontested whatsoever. The Nitro possibly start coming out as well, is going to make things a whole lot spicier.
All that intel is not going to save you if you don't use it. Almost getting picked off there. Have to rotate. Sapper still alive. But with only 52 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to find an opening kill. Onigiri takes a lot of damage, but it's not enough to make that work. And now Oryx, with a quick and aggressive rotate, might try to find another angle on anyone trying to hold those positions or trying to push in.
It's interesting to see how this one's going to pan out. A 5 versus 5, I believe, our first in-round team fight. But there you go, Songbi to open it up. Mark to trade very quickly. They still have the top floor control, but the frost mat from Yi is there. DCH with one of it for himself as well on the bin. John will find one. Gets into the site, not able to res his teammate. Does have diffuser in hand, so could look to go for the plan here. Ray maybe even for the revive as well, but it's going to be risky. Giving the player inside of the open. There you go. Sapper to find both. Bomb going down. Make it all 3. Elevate. Lock the round down on defense and equalize. Northern Forces, such a good start round, but ultimately the execute just not there for them. The frost match actually coming in big for Elevate. First time I think we've seen a frost mat in a while here on the Operations League, albeit you love when it happens, you love to see it. And it was in such a strategical spot as well. The res just could not happen whatsoever. Forced that player to jump on through, ultimately bag Sapper all 3 of those kills, locking down the round for Elevate. 5-5. I mean, this is definitely panning out to be an OT game if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to shape up to be so. Mind you, Frost is one of the most picked. What has the highest trap rate for players at this level? You know, like at the lower tiers in rank for Siege, Frost traps barely go off. The higher ranked tiers, there's a reason why she gets picked. Everyone always assumed that, Frost was like, oh yeah, easy to counter, just aim down and shoot. But the fact is, most players at this rank don't even think about that because they're worried about every other factor that encircles like their entry point, right? They keep forgetting that these small details and saying that, like you said, set it up so well. Sapper now with a pretty decent KDA, 10-8, providing so much value as a Valkyrie player as well. And throughout this entire match, Valkyrie on both sides of the roster has provided an insane amount of utility and information for the defending team.
Albeit information, the aim of the game, I guess. It's a big thing. I mean, we've seen Sapper utilize the Valkyrie now most rounds, and ultimately it has just been a big point. But we saw the same thing for Northern. So information, definitely the aim of the game for both of these teams, I would say, quite comfortably. But that doesn't get muted. Okay, interesting. Song D, Twitch drone buff, maybe.
Maybe he jumped just as he entered the zone, and I think it was definitely like around the shorter end of the circumference, so that the jump would actually, bring that over. So maybe just really knowing how to play that angle with the Twitch drone, and gets the jammer in the end. So good play by him. Schwan now surrounded by all sides, finally gets taken up by Sapper, bringing some value with the MPX, and a couple more trades going down for Song D taking out Onigiri.
That's actually a good kill to find. Taking the Wamai out early obviously gets rid of that charge utility in terms of the magnet discs, but they still have players inside of offices and workshop that they want to clear out. Bin making his way down the hallway. The main stairs could go huge here, but provided he isn't called out, Sapper finds another one from inside a workshop looking the wrong way. Mr. Punch finds one from inside a square. Sapper almost good for the frag on the Bin as well, and things very quickly for Northern Forces falling apart here on the western side of the map. Yi will find one for consolidation, but Bin also now to chip in. 2 kills left to find, and Mr. Punch goes down, actually. Nice. This could be big for Northern. Mark, the last alive, does have information. Does have a spot on the rotate. He's waiting for the shot, and indeed it will connect. Bin goes down, and Yi, the last alive, bomb being planted, could go for the res, and I think that might be the play here for Elevate.
Yeah, Mark definitely is going to be able to pull this one off. Team member is in a safe position, moving away from the soft walling there. A little bit more going down, but it might have to abandon his teammate in order to find and secure this defuse. Oh no, his teammate's dead. He's gone.
Bled out, which is unfortunate here for Mark. Not long left to play for this defuse. Yi with the post plan available. 2 claymores on the window and plenty of coverage, but it's not the claymore, it's Yi. Northern Forces, a great clutch from them. I mean, a 2 versus 4, not their round to win at all. But again, Elevate, we talk about bag fumbles. We saw Fury do it. And here we are, watching Elevate do it once more.
Yi's expression. The guys are sitting there like, woosah, just like, breathe, man, breathe. But Northern Forces, now on match point. They're 1 round away from taking a win on the 2nd seeded team on this ladder. And if anyone can do it right now, it's them.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a tack timeout.
No, we haven't. We've
seen 1 tack timeout today, and that was Champion Fury on round 15. That's it. Oh wait, sorry, no, I lie. We did see one from a straight, but I don't think we can really count that one because it didn't really do much. But
I mean, it was still a tack timeout. You're not wrong. It didn't have a massive improvement, and if anything, after that tack timeout, they lost 2 members within the first 2 seconds.
I was going to say, they got double spawn peaked straight after that. So
yep.
Whether or not it did anything, different question. But
yeah,
if I was Elevate, and if I was Elevate's coach, I would definitely be calling tack timeout in this situation. But Northern right now looking great to make a play. I think here possibly for a 7-5 closeout. Again, not what was expected, but with Ray busting out the sends, the Glaz as well from Song D, and Juan locking in the Amaru. This is looking spicy for a rush.
All the stops have been pulled. They are gonna make this happen. Amaru's about to yeet herself right through that window. You mark my words.
Yeah.
And as she sets up, I can only imagine the kind of aggressive play they're gonna bring in with a roster like that. You know, they've got the Ying, they got the Candelas, they got Schwan. Ace, of course, you know, not the most aggressive, but definitely provides a lot of opportunity for the rest of the team. But I want to see how that plays in with Sense. How are they going to utilize Sense's gadgets and his utility?
Oh, here we go. Setting up for
he's
the
prepped.
rush. They're going to have the wall go through the site, I'd imagine, and then have the Glaz play off. But with the Ying paired as well, there you go. The wall is going to go out early. Maybe to try and bait some early aggression, but with the Glaz on the window, it's going to make things even more interesting. There you go, sends walls to go out to just completely cover the plant. The bomb's going down. Nothing here from Elevate whatsoever. DCH will find one. Mr. Punch for another. Make it just like that. Elevate have completely locked down the diffuser. No one there for the replan.
Oh, no.
The rush, unfortunately, not connecting. Sapper will be down by the frag grenade from Song D, but Juan just not jumping in the window. It could have been the linchpin to this attack, provided he'd found a couple of kills, but Sapper's going to be revived, and very quickly, things for Elevate look good to go to OT here, unless Northern Forces can do something pretty insane in the 3 versus 5. Yi might go for the replant, but at this point, what's it worth? Xuan finds one, but it's going to be difficult.
They've got to shift their plans around. Schwann's now going for a bit of a roam clear and trying to find in a nice position to refrag the rest of the team. DCH picks up Yiga, and there goes your ace. This is not looking good for Northern Forces, who are setting up to be a very aggressive roster, trying to make this an explosive take with an explosive plant. I feel like if they swapped out potentially the ace for an Osa, that would have been, you know, a nice little touch to make that work. Schwan finding another kill onto Mark makes this maybe just a bit more winnable.
Doable.
Okay,
I think is
there
the
we go.
word some would use. G8 in hand, 30 seconds left. It's a lot of time, especially if you're one of those frag-intensive players, but Sapper no nades, no smokes either to make this Glasgow more usable, or at least beneficial to any degree, and Song D finds a third. He could be on. This could be the clutch for Northern, but the Lesion Mine, the undoing of that completely, and Sapper there to collect the vault in Elevate, going to send it to OT. No pause needed. Attack timeouts for chumps, I guess they are thinking to themselves right now, but they're going to get round 1 on defense for overtime here, so they're going to be happy with that. Northern, though, I think that could have worked with the lineup they had, provided that Sens didn't plant in the door on the default spot, maybe going into the corner on the right and planning on the concrete, you know, throw all the Sens walls in, just create as much confusion. I mean, because the Glaz can see right through, right? So people who peek into that right side are just going to get absolutely mopped with the thermal scope. So could have been the play there.
It has a lot more cover too. It has a
exactly,
lot more
yeah.
cover.
It has a lot more cover. You can't get nitroed from below. Obviously, the smokes, when they're thrown straight up, only get the door, not the corner. So, and it gives you the avenue of jumping out the window, provided you need to. So, could have been the play for Northern there. That's just my hot take. Albeit, wasn't what happened. So, Elevate, you got to be happy with that, or at least they're going to be happy with that. We did see that second Sens wall miss. I think they were kind of using it as like a budget smoke. Sens was sitting in the wall, hoping to not be seen, but I'd imagine their shoulder might have been sticking out or something. Either or. Unfortunately for Northern Forces, that play not paying off, but look at these frost mats. The best thing is, as well as you watch, they will both get someone or they will both get shot. There is no middle ground for that. Both of those will work or both of those will get broken. And I'm putting my money on that right now. Or Elevate will get like spawn peaked or something ridiculous and we don't get to see anything out.
You called it. Okay, no, maybe not. He just went for the drone. I honestly don't think that Sens was seen through the walls. I think they just sprayed that. Yeah, they just pre-fired that that spot, and they were like, "Yep, we got the kill." They got 2 out of that actually.
You take those.
Yeah, we take those any day. But that's exactly the setup that Elevate needed to bring this into overtime. So now we have got our second overtime match of the night here between Elevate and the Northern Forces. Of course, good to see that new rosters like this are showing so much signs of life. And you know that Ray C already now going to work on the going to work with the cluster charge, and you know only one cluster charge, but it did a little bit of work, did its job, and they weren't able to deny it in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it means the wall will now be opened up into detention. It's actually going to forfeit a kill. Onigiri goes down. He will be droned as well. So they know that he is in the down state, but can't necessarily confirm through the wall. Unfortunately, they're doing their best, and indeed will. A shot from Yi connects, and there it is. The first kill for Northern in overtime here. Needs to follow, unfortunately, though, into stock, not connecting. And with those kills, they actually have a good opening into the site right now. Bin Bin as well upstairs with Song D. Could go for the plant right now, but they want a bit more control. Maybe another frag before they start looking for any type of aggression like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yiga, of course, has been performing amazing. 13-8, only matched by the enemy team over there for defense, Sapper and DCH. But as I say that, DCH picks up another kill onto Schwan. So one of your main fraggers on Northern Forces has been eliminated. Bin Bin now also off the board. That's not only some decent firepower, the LMG and Schwan taken off, but that's a lot of utility.
It's going to make things difficult. Obviously now two big kills, two big fraggers rather, even taken off the board with 35 seconds left now. Elevate with 4 players left alive. Nade into the office, but no one there to collect it. Elevate stand strong with 4. Ray sort of holding for this flank upstairs, but no one really interested right now. As Ray drops into the site, doesn't spot the player, tucked into that back corner. Sapper in such a big position here, largely unknown, I believe, to Northern Forces that have no clue. The Valkyrie cameras providing so much information. The bomb now called. Sapper will pop his head up, finds the kill on the Ray. Good damage dealt from swinging on round. Mr. Punch to find the plan. And DCH on the jump out to confirm onto Song D, and Elevate for the first time in a while find themselves back in the lead. Overtime match point in their favour. Northern Forces, they're going to the defense, but is it enough? Can they take it to round 15, or do Elevate close it out here?
This is, if any time, the most important
timeout time.
Yeah, if you have an attack timeout, it's now. And it would be on trend with attack timeouts that just come too late. And saying that, they're not going to. It looks like they're just going to send it. They want this over with. Win or lose, Northern Forces are putting up a very impressive show. And I'm actually very impressed. Elevate have been struggling this game so far, but not because they're performing poorly, but just because Northern Forces are surprising them with such a strong performance. And that's great. That's a very good thing. And we need to highlight that, you know, these guys are just doing well. It's not that Elevate are just making mistakes or anything like that. None of that. They are performing as well as they have been this entire time. I could say maybe Onigiri's dying a little bit too early, but I think that's only because Northern Forces are finding him and performing their roam clears or even their roaming very well.
They are. And they have been dealing a lot of damage in these early parts of the round. Elevate have been conceding a lot of early kills. So provided they change that up a little bit, I mean, we see the introduction of some very frag-heavy players. I mean, we've got DCH on the Twitch. Definitely a comfort pick going into these rounds. If we could most likely sort of look at that and say that, I would probably think that that is why we're seeing that. We have seen Twitch on multiple occasions from both sides, so no surprise that Twitch is being bought. She is really, really good regardless, but in the hands of someone like DCH, she becomes even better, I would argue. And Onigiri on the Ash, I mean, you love to see it. Yeah, Joan,
yes.
Thanks for coming. And Suppressor Red Dot, hold one of these for me. Headshot. There you go. First 30 seconds, Elevate find themselves with the opener.
It's not even the R4C. Man's just gunning.
Oh yeah, G3, yeah.
Yeah, man. He's loving the moment right now. DCH, as you say that, gets taken off.
D50.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of utility and a lot of information being removed this early. Still 2 minutes left on the clock. Not the end of the world for Elevate. They have a lineup of fraggers still in their pocket, and still a lot of utility and information that you can gather. 2 claymores, 4 claymores left to put down. Sapper already put his down, of course, but I mean, Schwan being taken off the board this early is not the biggest loss because he's already put down all of his little his EDDs.
Exactly. Not really compounding, but that is a big kill to find. Yi takes down Onigiri on the entry, and, well, very quickly Elevate lose the lead that they did have, or at least thought they had. Sapper now makes his way upstairs, but all of the kills to find for Elevate downstairs. Northern retreating back to their secondary sort of lurk room inside of construction for this late round. Can they pull it off? 3 versus 4 is doable, but Northern have good positions. It's going to be difficult for Elevate on the execute.
Surya Gate still up. Has a drone to be able to take that out, but oh, Song D picks that up with the headshot. DMR going absolutely to work there. But 4 members still on of the Northern Forces. Still a pretty strong lineup, and, you know, Mr. Punch here has to survive in order to make this work for the rest of his team.
Not a lot of time whatsoever. This wall, unfortunately, not opened up either properly there by Mark's Selma device, so getting into the site through at least that avenue is going to be cut off, unfortunately, and with players still lurking around towards the end of the workshop side, the EDDs. Mark goes down. Mr. Punch finds one. Ray does fall. A 1 versus 3. Could be on the cards. Capcan traps. Obviously, everyone now scared. Song D will confirm the frag on a Mark. And very quickly, we're definitely going to see all 15 rounds here. Provided Mr. Punch does something insane. Starts spinning on the spot and finds all the kills. We'll find one. Not the second, though. Yee with the shotgun. For Northern to lock in one more round. We're going all the way to 15 once more, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate on the defense for the last time. Can they do it? That is the big question.
This is the best match we've had all day long. These games aren't even chaotic. They're very calculated. They're very well played. And the skill that we're seeing here is what we need to see more often in this league. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy for it to go to the absolute full overtime. And I mean, sure, it's late for us, albeit, but it's just like, you know, I'm living for this. This is exactly what the Southeast Asian Operation League needed. We're getting it, and I'm so surprised by Northern Forces, who are pulling this back. That was not a close round for Elevate. They definitely struggled on that.
Indeed. Indeed they did. It definitely was somewhat disjointed, I think. There was people entering in top floor and people running in the second floor and picks being lost left and right. And yeah, I don't know, for Elevate it was interesting as to how it panned out, but Northern, at the end of the day, I guess, unfortunately, it does mean that they're going to have to go all the way to round 15, but even in saying that, you know, finding yourself at round 15 against Elevate, one of the best teams in SEA, it's a pretty big bragging point. But we look towards the lineup now for Northern going into their final attacking round. Monty being brought along for this top floor defense. Hard relying now on the shield to get this bomb down and play for post. Can Elevate deal with it? Maybe.
Monty, honestly, if you're gonna pull out a Monty, it's now or never, you know? Being a bit cautious, of course, can't fully expose his back to that CC. As we can see here, one member in CCTV might just be the end of that Monty, but he's got backup to make sure that if he does go down, that he will find that refrag. Of course, we want to avoid that at all costs, put down the Claymores to make sure that any roundouts are punished, but here we go. Ray C in position now, might just be able to push through this rotation. Unfortunately, a little bit too short for him, but should be able to make it through. The rest of his team needs to get around his position in order to capitalize on how strong. Oh my gosh, you have to do something about that shotgun. It is filthy.
I mean, the damage it deals single-handedly. Onigiri now finding a kill as well. It's just compounding losses here, Monty or not. It's just not happening right now for Northern, losing 2 kills because it's going to make their life a whole lot worse. Monty does push on in to try and form some point of barrier to allow his team to open things up, but it's just going to allow Onigiri to go to town. Ray not there for enough. Onigiri for 3. Sapper to close it out. A flawless round from Elevate to finish the evening off. And what a way to close out one of the most monumentous games of the Operations League so far in Playday 5, Elevate, after a massive draw out, have managed to get the job done with the elite animation at the end as well. Sap, you're going to love to see it. Smile, everybody, for the picture, because that's 15 kills on the board, 14 for DCH, everyone on Elevate with double digits to the end of that one. But I mean, they deserve it at the end of the day. That was an absolute slugfest back and forth.
You can see the relief on some of their faces. Onigiri putting his arms up. Sapper just kind of vibing now, and Mark even just having to like run his hands through his head because he's like, man, that was a game. Because from the caster's desk here, our predictions, I mean, sure, we were right in the end, but it didn't seem like that halfway through that game. So,
no.
What can I say? That was a really enjoyable match.
It was. I mean, you look back to the Elevate Direwolves matchup of week 1, and that was definitely a very similar, I think, style game.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at the names. I mean, Elevate, yes, but Northern Forces. I mean, a qualifying team, very similar to what Champion have been doing throughout their matchups, have just been absolutely stomping. And I mean, they got close. They got really close. Elevate definitely tightened up in that last round, but that could have gone either way. Regardless of the outcome, that is a point and a sort of a hat tip, if you will, to how good Northern Forces really are, because that was an insane game from both sides. Elevate, obviously, dub at the end of the day for them, but at what cost? I mean, let's be honest, 15 rounds of Siege against a qualifying team, that is big props to Northern Forces for that.
Yeah, it's just not just anyone as well. So definitely keep your eyes up for that roster. They are here to stay, and they're going to be performing. And if anything, as we mentioned today, growing. This is all experience for them. They did leave with a loss, but I'm sure they left with all of our hearts, so to speak. Not to be too cheesy, but in saying that, definitely impressed. Leaving a good impression for everybody here over in the English broadcast for Operation League, and I'm sure over for the Taiwanese broadcast as well. Only just as impressed. Maybe even a little bit disappointed.
Maybe. I guess we never know. But that, I mean, what a way to win the night. A really well done game overall, and a very riveting one. I think it rounds out our 4 matches for this evening pretty solidly, if I do say so. I mean, Border, I think, a nice way to send it off. We did see Club Oregon Chalet, arguably some of the most in-meta maps right now, but Border in the end definitely was a nice little touch, I think, to round the evening out. So you take those.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely living to see how it's panned out. You even got a little bit of flavor with that map as well. And it was a very methodical map as well. The way it was played, definitely, as we can see through here, even. If anything, sometimes 2 rounds to one side, but generally a very strong back and forth between both teams, and resulting in Elevate just leaving with that win in a very well-earned, convincing fashion, of course.
A lot of kills there, though. None of those really defuses. Round 1, obviously, but other than that, everything was just mechanical checks, mechanics checks, and a lot of it just came down to frags and ultimately Elevate. A little bit more fragging prowess at the end there, but overall, a really solid match, and that scored, I don't think, even being 1 round apart, highlights how close that game was throughout its entirety. So at the end of the day, you love to see it. Everything else, something else we love to see as well, the giveaway, your last chance for the evening. Make sure you follow Rainbow Six SEA as well as entering the hashtag in the chat for one last chance this evening. Hashtag Fight for Glory for your chance to win 600 Rainbow Six credits. PC only, unfortunately, for the console enjoyers out there. But obviously the giveaways return next week. For this evening, this is your last chance. So make sure you drop those hashtags one more time.
And if anything, I always want to say, it was actually good to see in the chat as well that it wasn't just about the hashtags, but also a lot of conversation, a lot of support for Northern Forces. A little bit of support for Elevate, of course, but this is probably the most active the chat was in respect to that, and that just shows the community actually growing in that respect as well. So it's great to see, if anything. But what a day! We started off with some pretty even matchings, had a couple of a one-sided, centerpiece there, but we're ending it quite well. I'm quite happy, satisfied, if anything, with how it's turned out.
yeah, it has been interesting to see how everything has developed. Obviously, the standings are going to be interesting to look at after the conclusion of today's play day. I do believe we have those coming up shortly. But yeah, after the end of week 5, possibly some shake-ups in terms of placements. But other than that, I think going into week number 6, we're going to be relatively similar to where we left off in terms of points. Obviously, not too much has been gained or lost. However, some big losses, I think, tonight will change up maybe some placements in terms of leaderboard. Obviously, Direwolves, sorry, not Direwolves game, but the Fury game will definitely make for some interesting changes towards that 4th, 5th seed. But other than that, I don't really think there's too much that will possibly change going forward into week number 6. But then again, provided we don't know what's going to happen next week, do we, Land? So until the game's played.
Yeah, I'm looking at the updated scoring, but of course I don't know what the updated scoring is for after this game, so I still don't know, but excited to see what it actually looks like, because it's, like you said, there hasn't been too much of a shift, but there are some pretty strong impacts in regards to these seeds. Of course, don't forget, tomorrow Estrape will take on Elevate, and that's another uphill climb. We mentioned that before. It's not a really easy time for them so far. But following up that, we've got Obsession versus Gaming Gladiators, and I'm actually looking forward to that one to watch.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. Then obviously going into match number 3, Champions versus Northern Forces, and to round out the night, probably the most even matchup. Actually, maybe not. Obsession and Gaming will probably be pretty good, but Direwolves versus Fury, obviously another proving ground, I think, for Fury really going forward, going up against that first place team currently. So Fury are going to have their work cut out for them. But tomorrow's game's definitely shaping up to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting time. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for these games. Every game counts, really, and everything really adds up. Looking forward to see how all this pans out across the day, but I can only imagine my predictions tomorrow are going to be... I hope they're as accurate as they were today. I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, only getting one wrong is always nice.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you look at the leaderboard currently, and we might see a couple of shifts. Indeed, we do. Gaiman will finally take over first. Direwolves go down to second. Elevate do make it. Equal second with Direwolves right now. Obsession in 4th. Fury not managing to break that top 4, unfortunately, today, with a straight Champion and Northern all below that, fighting it out to try and make it up to 5th and 4th place respectively. So top 4 did see a little bit of a switch up, but nothing out of the ordinary. I don't think the top 4 teams that were there, still there, currently locking things down. Other than that, nothing really out of the ordinary. I think it is relatively where I think we're expecting it to be at this point in time.
Yeah, mind you though, Gaming Gladiators, Direwolves, and Elevate are all on 11 points. So it's just a matter of that differential. The Gaming Gladiators has like a better round diff, win-loss diff. So, and it's all coming down to that overtime. So, them taking out that first shot really is pretty big in some sense, but also marginal. So it's really anyone's game up in that top 3, or should I say top 2? But who knows how that's gonna pan out? I can only expect some of these games, some of these positions to really shift around tomorrow, as we see Elevate play again along with Gaming and Direwolves. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting day.
Yeah, it will come down around if I think at the end of it, we look at how things are panning out for those top 3 spots. Everything is definitely getting down to inches, millimeters even if you come to it. It is going to be very, very close endings in terms of the end of the season, playoffs, etc., etc. So keen to see how that pans out. After the next few play days will definitely be telling. But other than that, I mean, today's play day has been a relatively fruitful one, I think.
Well, thank you everyone for being here. It's been an intense day, a lot of highs and lows, but we're at the end of the broadcast now. So thank you, Proto, for joining me here for our first broadcast together. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you everyone for joining, of course, and shout out to our sponsors, of course, Kingston Fury, Red Bull, and
shout out to you, Ubisoft, for always being the #1 supporter of these of the Southeast Asian scene. So hey, we'll see you guys here tomorrow. Thank you for joining us yet again, and make sure you tune in. See you guys later.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
That's the sound of a diffuser being planted, and it gets denied. Wow, phenomenal stopping that one. No, it doesn't get denied. It gets right through.
Ooh.
And attackers win. Harambe picking up the last 2 kills. Cleans that one out.
Joe will find a kill on the flank, though, at least. Some form of consolidation from the stairs as well. Hoven with 2 big kills. Joe to find a second as well. Gaiman answer back with an end round.
All there, Farlord just tucked in. Does he have? Does he know? No, he doesn't. Jackie.
To sort of just look to lock this one out in their positions. Oh no.
Oh no. Farlord, he's going to be gifted another one. Pushes up, finds Souffle. Can he find a third for his troubles? Almost loses his life there. Being aggressed on from meeting, and Harambe wants to try his hand at it. He's going to rotate himself around. Leverance finds ED. What a headshot! My God, Farlord. He wants to make a play with it. He has it primed and ready. Tolji and Hoven both ball. Make that Joe for a third. It's on to Rex. Tricky Decky to do it, but no. Songdi keeps the fragging momentum rolling. This is what he's made a name for himself. There against Ray. The jump in. Oh my Lord. Absolutely obliterated. 2 for 8. He's embracing the monkey. Finds 3. Is all coming apart here in the 7th. 3 kills for 8. 1 for Rex. A 4th for 8 as well.